Thank you so much. We expect some delays today because of the weather, so there'll probably be people coming in a little bit late throughout the program. We actually expect that all of the seats here will be full, so that kind of says something about who we're waiting for. So this will be a great day. We're used to being popular with these events and conferences, but we have to say that today's event is the first time that we've had a waiting list for weeks. So that's really great that all of you could come. A warm welcome to see you all. This is really optimistic given the changes that we have to go through to become a net zero society and the situation in the world. So it's great that all of these companies are excited to hear about the EU Innovation Fund. So we will actually just start with an applause for all of you. My name is Anna Barnwell, and I work in Enova, which is the company or the organization that you'll be hearing more about today. I work within buildings and consumer markets, and as you can maybe hear, I'm an American, so I do have to apologize for my country, but it is very helpful to be an American when you're going to be the host for today. But it's a lot easier for me to talk about how Enova creates green change in Norway than to talk about American politics. But if you want to do that too, you can talk to me in lunch. It's a very big privilege for me to be here, and it's a privilege for all of you to be here as well. This program is a great program. It's both wide and deep, and many of you have come quite a long way, so we appreciate the traveling. Before we proceed, I have to tell you that there are 2 emergency exits, and the bathrooms are down the stairs, right over there. And if there happens to be a fire alarm, we all have to meet outside at a designated spots, but let's hope that there won't be any issues with that. Our topic today is the EU Innovation Fund. And I started speaking Norwegian. This fund is a major force in green change. It is actually one of the world's largest funds within the energy and climate field. And today we're going to be telling you about how Norway supports services to Norwegian applicants so that you'll get a view of how this all works. So today's program is really exciting. We have a lot of guests coming. We're going to go into details for the open calls for the net zero technologies this year. It's an auction for renewable energy, renewable hydrogen, and one for industrial heat. After that, we're going to have a refreshment, a break, and that we're really hoping you guys will talk to each other, connect, build some relationships today. And after the break, there's going to be an interactive Q's and A's with the possibility to ask questions. So make sure that you jot those down while we're talking. At lunch at 12:30, it will be on the 4th floor. And after lunch, we're going to have a panel discussion with the Norwegian projects that have succeeded in the Innovation Fund, which is a really big deal. These people that have come here from these companies, they have really valuable insight, and I know that that's why you're here to hear from them about how you can succeed with a project proposal. At the end of the day, there are some pre-booked orientation dialogues between EU experts and attending companies. So what we're doing today here, it's actually really important. And the green shift, it demands curiosity, it demands knowledge, and resources. And we can't do this without working together and joining forces. So at Enova, we do this in all sectors and markets, but for the EU Innovation Fund, we have a really important responsibility, and that is to be the contact company that helps applicants apply. So in Enova, we have one person that is the first lady of this topic. Her name is Ingunn Sirstad, and she's the first keynote speaker today. She's the national contact point for the EU Innovation Fund and works every day providing services so that projects from Norway can receive funding. Welcome to the stage, Ingunn.
Thank you, Anna. Welcome. Today we explore how Norwegian projects can win big in the EU Innovation Fund. I'm Ingunn Sirstad, your national contact point. Let's dive in. Any guesses to what this number is? This is the success rate for Norwegian projects for the last regular call in the Innovation Fund. 31%. That is significantly higher than the European average and far above both Sweden and Denmark. This number is for the last call. If we include previous calls, the hydrogen auction, and include variations for each topic, we can see higher and lower numbers. The large-scale calls are famously much more competitive. And on the other hand, it looks like Norwegian companies may have an advantage when it comes to hydrogen production for the maritime sector, which is almost at 100%. But this number clearly states that there is a high chance of success for Norwegian applicants, as we can clearly see here. Since July 2023, 22 projects have secured 1.3 billion euros in funding. That is in less than 3 years. This includes the general calls and the hydrogen auctions. Some of them are represented here today, and we will hear from Arbian Industries, HyStar, and Norwegian Hydrogen after lunch, and dig deeper into what were the key factors to their success. If realized, these projects would cut 149 million tons of CO2 equivalents in 10 years of operation. But that is the thing, if realized. We know that quite a few of these projects will not be realized. Circumstances have changed since they submitted their applications, since they were awarded the grant, or even after they signed the grant agreement. This is the hard truth of the Innovation Fund. It funds projects that will reduce emissions in Europe, but on commercial terms. And as we all know, market conditions can change quickly, putting projects in a tough position. To increase the chance of success and increase the rate of realized projects, Enova is here to help you on the way. Enova is the Norwegian national contact point for the Innovation Fund. We have a special responsibility to support Norwegian projects seeking funding from the Innovation Fund. This is a responsibility granted to us by the Norwegian government. Enova is the connecting link between our colleagues in the Innovation Fund team, represented by our friends from CINEA and DG Clima here today, and the Norwegian market, where we help discover the stakeholders with the exciting and innovative projects that can take us towards the low-emission society. We will help you navigate the process towards a successful application. Today, we are fortunate to be joined by the real experts, Javier, Christophe, and Gianluca. They will take us through the details of the open call for the Innovation Fund, and we are going to spend our time with them wisely and really pick their brains to increase the chances of even more Norwegian projects succeeding with their project proposals. They will provide an overview of the open calls. We will hear about the design of the calls, the award criteria, lessons learned, and best practices. I ask you to pay special attention to the criteria with the highest failure rate, financial maturity. In the Innovation Fund, the technical innovation has to be balanced out by a strong business case, and they are here to tell us all about it. When we have concluded today's program, hopefully you will be ready to move forward with your project proposal, and the next step will be to reach out to Enova. I like to think that Enova is a small part of the reason why Norwegian projects often succeed. And here's why. Enova provides financial support and guidance to all Norwegian companies seeking funding from the Innovation Fund for a project in Norway. The financial support is a grant of up to 500,000 Norwegian kroner that can cover parts of your costs with preparing a proposal. The intention of the grant, the Enova grant, is to improve the quality of your application. And by doing so, improving your chances of receiving funding from the Innovation Fund. Eligible projects can also be granted a viability assessment from Implement Consulting covered by Enova. So I expect to hear from all of you here at some point in the breaks, after the meeting, whenever you are ready. Reach out, we are here to help you succeed. Now, these cryptic names are actually the titles of Horizon Europe projects, the R&D funding program in the EU. They have received funding from the EU to help projects that are planning to apply for funding from the Innovation Fund. And their help is free of charge. You will find more information about the types of support they offer, what specific project types they are designed for, and the contact information on the table outside, or by asking me. So, to make sure that your project can be a part of the 31%, reach out to us. And we will support you on the road towards funding from the Innovation Fund. You will find my contact information, detailed information about our support services, and more about the Innovation Fund on Enova's websites. And with that, I want to welcome you all again to the Norwegian Info Day here in Oslo. We are very, very happy to see you all, and we are excited to spend the day with you. And an extra warm welcome to our special guests from Brussels on this cold January day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingunn. So as you guys have probably figured out, Ingunn is the person to talk to. And we're really proud of the work that we do with the EU Innovation Fund in Norway and in Enova. So thank you guys for being here. This is the perfect spot to welcome our next keynote, because we can't, I mean, anytime we're applying for funds from the government or from the EU, there's obviously things you need to know. So knowledge is a barrier, and that's one of the reasons why we're having this event today. So now we're going to look even further into the EU Innovation Fund and get a better understanding of how it works. So to do this, we've invited Javier Garcia Fernandez, Christophe de Hout, and Jean-Luc Tondi, Christophe, from the DG Clima and CINEA in the European Commission. So we really appreciate them traveling all this way. The DG Clima leads the Commission's work in fighting climate change, and CINEA is the executive agency that's responsible for implementing the Innovation Fund. So these are experts in all of the EU's funding programs. The stage is yours.
And thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Enova, for all the organization, of course. Let's see how our traditional commission presentation fits with this stand-up format. I must say, we are not used to it. Let's see. We have quite a long presentation today. My name is Javier Garcia. I'm a policy officer in DG Clima. My main task is to be in charge of the hydrogen auction and the European Hydrogen Bank. But of course, we are a small team, so we are doing cross-cutting activities in all the Innovation Fund here. After me, my colleagues, Jean-Luc and Christophe from CINEA will deep dive into each of the criteria of the Innovation Fund. So I said the presentation today is long. We will share the slides afterwards. We will do our best to respond to all your questions. So let's jump into it. The idea is that I will start with introductions. I will give you an overview of the eligibility criteria of the first call, in the NCT call. Then we will jump into the hydrogen auction and then into the heat auction. So first, we start with a small disclaimer that we had to add this year, just to explain that even if we are doing our best to explain everything to you, of course, we can still make mistakes. Legally binding, only the call text itself. We have to say this after the experience of previous years. I will not stop. So, as it was already introduced, the Innovation Fund is one of the largest funds available for supporting innovative technologies directed to ultimately reduce GHG emissions. We've been active since 2020, and we are a fund that up to 2030, we have an estimated budget of 40 billion euro. Our funds do not come from the budget of the EU. They come from the ETS, from the emission trading system, and that gives us a lot of flexibility in the way that we can adapt to policy and the way that we can adapt to the different priorities of the Commission and the sectors. So far, we have organized 11 calls starting 2020. Our colleagues in CINEA, they have done the amazing work of evaluating more than 2,000 proposals, and currently we have awarded almost 16 billion euro in grants. Today we're speaking, well, here you have a whole list of all the calls and how we have evolved, but today we're speaking of 2025 and the 3 calls that we have opened. Our portfolio of projects, is composed by what you can see on screen, 276 projects currently being supported, either fully awarded or in the process of signing a grant agreement. As I said, almost receiving 16 billion euro in grants and distributed across 28 countries. What type of sectors do we support in the Innovation Fund? We cluster these sectors in 5 big clusters. First is energy-intensive industries, then you have the manufacturing technologies, then you have renewable energy, then energy storage, and then net zero mobility and buildings since the last revision of the ETS directive. As you can see here on screen, and this is just based on the number of projects, the main sectors that we're supporting, maybe the most competitive ones in our calls, have been hydrogen and manufacturing so far. But please remember that this is based on the number of projects, not based on the amount of funding that they're receiving. In that case, you would see it in the graph, the cement and lime technology, because they are related with CCUS technology, and they're quite funding intensive. And what about Norway? Well, as Ingunn presented already, Norway is actually doing pretty well in the Innovation Fund. It is having 21 projects, most of them, not surprisingly, related with either hydrogen, refineries, or chemicals. You can see the link with the Norwegian economy, of course, and distributed quite across all the geography of Norway. Yeah, an important figure, receiving 1.2 billion euro in grants already. The success rate, it's been on average in all the calls, 25%. It has improved in the latest call, as Ingunn presented. This is quite above the average of the Innovation Fund, which is around 17%. So actually Norway is very good, it's being very competitive, and as Ingunn was presenting, definitely the work of Enova is helping in this. And the calls that we're speaking today here, in case that you are not already familiarized with them, I will start here because this is the one that we've been told you're more interested in, and the one that we're going to be starting with. This is the net zero technology call. This is a lump sum call in which projects are evaluated based on 5 criteria in which they receive points. Based on those points, they're selected or not. And this is the traditional way that we've been doing calls in the Innovation Fund since the beginning. In this case, we have 2.9 billion available. We will go into the details afterwards. Then we will continue with the hydrogen auction. This is a mechanism that we've been starting doing in 2023. Here, projects compete only based on fixed price, so unit price, and they are also evaluated based on a pass-fail criteria. We'll go also into the details. In this case, this year we have 1.3 billion available for projects producing both renewable hydrogen and electrolytic low-carbon hydrogen. And finally, the new instrument that we are launching this year, which is a pilot auction for decarbonization of industrial heat, in this case with a budget of 1 billion euro. Again, this is an auction. Projects will be competing based on unit price, in this case, euro per emission abated. In case that after this presentation that we're doing today, you still have more questions here in this slide, you have all the links for all the details. You have the recordings of the info days, official info days that we organized in December, also to the presentations, to all the Q&As that we have on our website, and of course to all the documentation and detailed documentation in the EU funding and tenders portal. So let's start with the first and main call that we're talking today, which is the net zero technology call. This call opened together with the other 2 on the 4th of December, and in case that you're interested, please remember it will be closing on the 23rd of April 2026 at 5 p.m. The results will only be known by the end of the year, maybe beginning of 2027, depending on the number of proposals that are received. In this case, we're speaking, as I just said, of a proposal with 2.9 billion euro in budget. Projects participating in this call can benefit from the project development assistance as well that we implement together with the European Investment Bank. They are subject to receiving the STEP seal, and also this scheme is available for grants as a service, which I will speak afterwards. So member states can allocate additional funding. As I explained before, this call is a lump sum call, and in this case, projects can only apply based on the relevant cost. Projects that apply in this call can receive up to 60% of the relevant cost in funding, in grant. What are the relevant costs? Is basically, very easily speaking, is the difference between the traditional technology that you're trying to substitute with your innovative technology, the difference in costs, basically, roughly speaking. So out of those 60%, you will be able to claim in payments 40% up to financial close. After financial close, you will be able to claim 60% of the funding. That 60% is subject to GHG emissions reduction, and you are expected to have at least 10% during the implementation, during the operation. So, what are the topics of these years? These are the same structure that we had already used last year. We have 3 calls that we call general decarbonization calls, divided based in size, large, medium, small. And then we have a 3rd one directed to clean tech manufacturing, and a 4th one directed to pilot projects. Sorry. On the general decarbonization ones. So first we have the large scale ones. This year we have, well, this is directed to projects that have a CapEx, not please remember, CapEx, not grant requested, CapEx above 100 million. In this case, the budget is 1.2 billion euro. Then we have the medium scale call, which is directed to projects that have a CapEx between 20 to 100 million. And in this case, this year, we have a budget of 300 million in the topic. And finally, we have the small one, which is directed to projects with between 2.5 to 20 million euro in CapEx with a budget of 100 million. What type of projects can apply here, besides having taken into consideration this part of the size? Well, any technology that is recorded as part of the ETS, in the ETS directive, in its Annex 1 and 3, then together with CCUS, renewable energy, energy storage, and of course also the maritime and the aviation sector. Then, so in case you have any doubt about your eligibility, even if you will go into the details, please always go to the Annex 1 and Annex 3 of the ETS and check if you're listed there. Then we have the clean tech manufacturing call. In this case, any project about 2.5 million in CapEx can apply. Today, this year, we have 1 billion euro in budget. And here we're targeting projects that are producing equipment or components or subcomponents for different sectors. Basically, renewable energy, electrolyzers and fuel cells, energy and storage solutions, and heat pumps. We will go again into the details. And finally, we have the pilot call, the pilot topic. In this case, any project about 2.5 million euro with budget this year of 300 million and directed to projects that are highly innovative with a deep decarbonization potential and that they are not expecting to reach commercial stage. Because remember, in the rest of the topics, your project is expected to reach commercial stage after receiving the Norwegian fund support of up to 10 years. And this is an overview of how the projects will be evaluated. The 5 evaluation criteria that projects are evaluated in. Our colleagues of CINEA will go into all the details of these 5 award criteria, but here I want to give you the big picture of them. So projects are first evaluated based on degree of innovation. That means the innovation that you're proposing will be compared with the state of the art at European level, except if you apply into the small scale topic in which you can compare your technology at national level. Second, you will be evaluated based on the GHG emission avoidance that your project is claiming to achieve. First, and this is subdivided in 3, absolute emission avoidance, for which you will calculate your emissions based on the methodology of the Innovation Fund. Then relative GHG emissions compared with the reference scenario that you are claiming your project is substituting. And third, you will also be evaluated based on the quality of the calculations of the GHG emissions avoidance. In third place, your project will be evaluated based on project maturity. That means technical, financial, and operational maturity. Technical maturity, basically, you will be evaluated in how credible it is that you will achieve the outcomes of your project. Financial maturity, how credible it is that you will reach financial close in the deadline that you're saying that you will be reaching. And please remember, the projects in the Innovation Fund, regardless of the deadline, they must achieve financial close before 4 years. It's a hard deadline for us. And then operational maturity, how credible it is, the teams that you're proposing, the implementing plan that you're proposing. In fourth place, we have the replicability criteria, which I personally like to explain as the impact-related criteria, in which projects are evaluated based on efficiency gains and environmental impact, or how they contribute to the European industrial competitiveness and industrial development. And finally, projects are evaluated based on cost efficiency. Basically, you will be evaluated on how much grant you're requesting compared to the emissions that you are claiming to be reducing. Here, under this criteria, the most important thing is the calculation of the relevant cost. That 60% cost, well, the 100% relevant cost, based on which you can claim up to 60%. We have a defined methodology in the Innovation Fund, and here is what it is evaluated. Beyond these 5 criteria, we have bonus points. Each year, we kind of define different bonus points to support one type of another type of projects a bit harder based on policy priorities. This year, we have 3 bonus points, which are 2 of them are new. So the first one is not new. This is the one that gives an extra point to those projects that are able to claim not only avoidance of GHG emissions, but also net GHG emissions removal, so negative emissions. In second place, we will give, this is new, we will give an additional point to those projects that are coordinated by SMEs. And in the third place, we will provide an additional point to those projects that are in the maritime sector. This special treatment to the maritime sector, it's written in the ETS directive, Innovation Fund, we have to provide this special support to the maritime sector, and that's why we have this additional point. As I said, all the details of these 5 award criteria will be explained by my colleagues here from CINEA. And for those of you that are familiarized with previous calls of the Innovation Fund, here we want to show or highlight to you the 5 aspects that we have changed compared with the previous calls. The first one is that we have the DNSH compliance criteria. DNSH standing for do not significant harm. We're having this because it's our mandate. It is written in our directive that we have all the funding that is received after 2025 in the Innovation Fund projects have to comply with this DNSH criteria, which we will explain. Then we have made some changes in the eligibility criteria, and I want to raise a flag here for you because we have updated the text in the call text since last week because it was causing kind of a confusion here. So basically, first, I will explain now. So first, now this year projects manufacturing EV cells are eligible because this was not the case of last year because we have a dedicated call for this sector, but since we don't have that call anymore, this year under the NCT call, manufacturing of EV cells batteries, it's fully eligible. Then we are very clear that projects that are generating electricity from fossil fuels that are not from non-recycled fossil fuels, and the production of those fuels are not eligible. But here the clarification comes because, as you can see here in the red, we say that activities for fossil fuel production based on non-recycled fossil feedstocks are not eligible. We said also chemicals, and that was causing a lot of confusion. Well, I want to be very clear. Blue hydrogen is fully eligible under the NCT call, because that was the big question that we were receiving. That's why we have revised the text. So in third place, even if blue hydrogen is fully eligible under the NCT, as I explained before, hydrogen is already receiving a lot of support from the Innovation Fund. We have 3 already auctions that is directed to support hydrogen. And that's why this year we have limited the eligibility of projects producing RFMBO and electrolytic low carbon hydrogen in the NCT call. So basically the limitation is that if your principal product is electrolytic RFMBO hydrogen, renewable hydrogen, or electrolytic low-carbon hydrogen, you will not be eligible under the large-scale and the medium-scale topics. But here, a comment. If your principal product is ammonia, yes, there is no problem. Green ammonia is fully eligible. It's only just if your project is directed only to the production of RFMBO hydrogen or electrolytic low-carbon hydrogen. Then, as I just explained, we updated the bonus points. I will not stop more. And then we have revised a bit the text to make it clearer in certain areas that were causing kind of confusion to some of the applicants. So let's start by the beginning. I will start now with speaking about eligibility of the projects before going into the details of the award criteria. So on the general decarbonization topics that the large, medium, and small scale. What type of projects can apply? As I explained, all the technologies under Annex 1 and Annex 3 of the ETS, plus CCUS, so carbon capture, use and storage, plus all technologies related with renewable energy and all energy storage technologies. Some notes here for each of these technologies. So, for projects working with CCU, these are only limited for those activities that are capturing the CO2 from activities that are listed in Annex 1 and Annex 3, or Annex 1 in the ETS in this case, or those that are using the CO2 for products that are listed in that same list. So even if CCU is fully eligible, there's a small limitation on what the CO2 can come from or what the CO2 can be used for. Then hydrogen use in industry is fully eligible. This is a question that we have received a lot of times, but just to clarify, it's fully eligible. It's just that it will have to demonstrate a certain level of innovation. In third place, please remember that, as I just explained, there's this new limitation on projects producing RFNBO hydrogen and electrolytic low-carbon hydrogen. Finally, in fourth place, I want to clarify that maritime and aviation sector also includes infrastructure in those sectors. So it also includes airports, it also includes seaport infrastructure. And finally, if you're thinking of a project that is retrofitting or building new vessels, please remember that the retrofitting and the building of the vessel has to happen within the EEA, the European Economic Area. Norway, of course. Some other aspects of eligibility. Your project here are expected to be operative for at least 5 years, or 3 years if you're in the small scale topic. You will always have to demonstrate during your application what we call the resilience criteria, so how much you're contributing to the development of European industry and competitiveness. In this case, for the small scale, we have simplified a bit more. As I explained, the state of the art is compared not at European level, but at national level. And importantly, under these topics, projects are only eligible if they are able to demonstrate relative GHG emissions avoidance of 50% compared with the reference scenario, and a cost efficiency ratio in the avoidance of emissions of at least €200 per ton of CO2 equivalent. So that's an overview of what are the conditions to participate in the general decarbonization topics. Now let's jump into the clean tech manufacturing one. So the fourth topic. In this case, this is directed for supporting projects that are manufacturing equipment, components, and subcomponents in the 4 sectors that you can see on screen that I mentioned before. In this case, please remember, it includes final equipment, and as I just said, also components and subcomponents. Your project can also be producing materials, but you have to demonstrate how those materials are actually contributing to the decarbonization of the final product or to make the process more efficient and so on. Please remember, mining activities are not eligible under the Innovation Fund, so you cannot include them as part of your project. And finally, there's no limitation. Well, we encourage recycling and reusing of critical materials. That will benefit, of course, your application. And just a reminder, we have no limitation of where the project will sell the manufactured equipment or component. You can sell it to whoever you want. Some aspects here that I will not stop by because I already mentioned everything here, so how important it is that now that we have the EV battery cells and the different elements of the evaluation. And here for the manufacturing topic, please take into consideration that even if the mandatory financial close is at 4 years also, if you are able to demonstrate in your application that you can reach financial close in 2 years and start operations within 4 years, that will increase your points. You will be considered better. Your project is expected to operate again for at least 5 years and similar GHG emission avoidance of 50% and cost efficiency ratio of €200 per ton of CO2. And now let's jump into the last topic, which is the pilot one. As I mentioned before, here you have to do a special demonstration of how innovative your project is. That means that the criteria of degree of innovation will have a higher weight. You will also have to demonstrate deep decarbonization and you will not be asked to reach commercial stage. Sectors that are eligible under pilot sector are all the sectors as in the decarbonization and the general decarbonization topic, so I will not repeat which ones. And as I just explained, there are certain elements that you will have to comply with. It's basically this. I will not stop here. I'm jumping and going fast because I don't want to repeat information. So basically here for the pilot projects, the financial close, again, if you're able to demonstrate that you are able to reach financial close within 2 years and operational in 4 years, you will receive higher points. You have a smaller operation deadline of 3 years, and you are allowed to operate for a shorter time. And as I said, you will be evaluated on a deep decarbonization that translates into a GHG emission avoidance of at least 75% compared with the reference scenario, a cost efficiency of 2,000, not 200, so 2,000 euro per ton of CO2. And in this case, for the pilot auction, we're thinking of projects with a maximum grant request of 40 billion. This is the only topic in which there is a limitation to the grant that can be requested. And in case that you have any question or concern, of course you can make it today, but we also have a questionnaire available in our website in which you can test how eligible your technology is. With this, I pass my presentation to my colleagues in CINEA, Gianluca, who will dive into the details of the award criteria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Javier. Okay, so good morning also from my side. My name is Gianluca Tondi. I'm responsible for the sector energy intensive industries and CCU in the Innovation Fund unit of CINEA. And as Javier said, I will have a few slides on the, let's say, very quickly on the general provisions of the Net Zero Technology Call. And then I will start with the award criteria, and then Christophe will intervene for the ones on the more related to the financial aspects. So I will need some time also to adjust with the glasses because I have 3 things to check. So hope will not be okay. So this is as already said by Javier, this is you can find all the information on the call, on the Net Zero Technologies call in the funding tender portal. So this is the main source of information. And here you can find the call text, the application form, all the methodologies for the calculation of the relevant costs, for the calculation of greenhouse gas emission savings. So this is the basic source of information. And just a reminder, in order to consider complete a proposal, you need to submit the application form A, that is the administrative part, let's say, of the proposal. The form B, that is the technical description, that is the core, let's say, of your proposed project. Part C is the part more related to key performance indicators that are important for CINEA and for the Commission. And then also you can see in the call text there is a quite long list of compulsory documents that you need to attach to the proposal, because these are mandatory annexes that are useful to demonstrate the good quality of the proposal you intend to submit. How to apply? This is, again, I will not spend much time on this. The only thing I want to highlight, if you want to apply for a proposal in this call, I think it's really good if you go in this in the tender portals. From there, you can find a link to several tutorials that are useful for everybody to prepare the proposal, because especially certain aspects, like for instance, the relevant cost, the greenhouse gas emission savings calculation, are quite complex, we are aware. So we develop these tutorials that are useful to understand better what we expect. And then you can also find tutorials on the whole application process and lessons learned, other information related to the call text. Another thing we want to highlight, we realize that sometimes abstracts are a little bit neglected by the applicants when they submit a proposal. Maybe it's the last thing you do. And but this is important because it's somehow we use these abstracts in order to extract information that then go also publicly. So it's important that they are well done and are not left the last moment. You should not insert confidential information, of course, in this part of the proposal. But here you can find some tips, let's say, on how to prepare a good aspect. So please focus on the objectives. You need to explain, let's say, why your project is innovative, and then highlight the contribution of project to the key policy areas that are relevant for your project, of course, and then also explain a little bit which are let's say, the impact of the proposed project in terms of regional development, economic development, job creation, and this kind of thing. Something that is more useful, let's say, also for the man in the street. Okay, so this is when we receive a proposal, we have a certain number of admissible eligibility criteria. This is the first check. This is done by us, but directly by CINEA, without external experts. And here we check whether the admissibility and eligibility criteria that you can find in the call text are satisfied or not. So some are quite logical. So the proposal, of course, should be submitted before the deadline. As Javier said, is the 23rd of April. It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock and 1 minute is already too late. So this, of course, also because the system automatically closes at 5 o'clock. You should use the submission system that is in the fund and tender portal. Not possible to use other systems. The proposal must be complete with all the forms that I presented before, but also all the mandatory annexes that you can find in the call text. The proposal should be readable, printable, and so on, respect the pages that are indicated in the call text. Then we have the eligibility criteria. The eligibility criteria, participants have to be legal entities, so natural person cannot participate. You need to be a legal entity. Every entity from every country in the world can participate. However, the project must be implemented in the European Union member states on the European Economic Area. So in one European Union country, or Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland. And other, let's say, hard requirements are that your project should reach financial close within 4 years after grant agreement signature. So this is, if, let's say, that the project will reach, in the proposal is written that the project will reach financial close after 5 years, the proposal will not considered eligible and will not be assessed further. Then there are also some requirements in terms of operation. These have been already mentioned also by Javier, but we need at least 5 years for most of the topics, and only 3 for pilots and small scale. The project budget, the grant requested by the proposal must not exceed 60% of the relevant cost. And of course, your project must meet the eligible, must be in line with the eligible activities that Javier already presented before. So if the project, of course, is dealing with other sectors, other areas not included in the list that Javier already presented, your project will not be considered eligible. So for the maritime projects, there are specific requirements, and given the peculiarity of the sector, so there are more precise, let's say, specification on the specific sector. And here in this slide, you can find them, and of course in the call text. But so if the project is focused on the investments on ships, there are a certain number of criteria to be respected. These ships must carry flag of EU member states or European Economic Area country, and call ports under jurisdiction of these countries for at least 15% of their calls in port every 2 years, over 2 years. If or otherwise must call ports under the jurisdiction of EU member states or European Economic Area country for at least 30% of the time of their calls on ports, or perform services or support activities in ports under the jurisdiction of these countries. If the project concerns investments in ports infrastructure, these ports must be under, again, the jurisdiction of these member states or European Economic Area countries. Cascade approach, this is just to specify that we have, so as I said before, we have this first check done by CINEA on eligibility and admissibility. If the proposal doesn't meet this eligibility and admissibility criteria, the proposal will be rejected, and also the evaluation is stopped. So we'll not give this proposal to external expert to assess it. If the proposal meets these criteria, will be assessed by the external expert that will be hired in order to assess all these proposals that they will receive. The first criterion they will assess is the degree innovation. If the proposal passes this criterion, then we continue with the evaluation of the other criteria. If the proposal fails under degree innovation, because it's not considered innovative by the experts, basically, then the evaluation stops, and so the applicant will receive a summary report only with information related to degree innovation. This is just to simplify also the whole evaluation process. Otherwise, we continue with evaluation, and these are the different steps and replicability and the bonus points. This is the selection procedure. So, as I said before, first step is the eligibility and admissibility check. Then the proposal passing this step will be assessed fully according to the cascade approach I just presented by external evaluators. The proposals then will be, a decision on the ranking list for each topic, and there will be a list of preselected proposals, and then there will be a consultation, of course, in the Commission, and also information to the Member States. And then there will be the phase for the preparation of the grant agreement, of the contract for the projects that are recommended for funding. And some the projects that are recommended for funding, some of them, according to the different requirements mentioned in the call text, can be also proposed for the PDA, so project development assistance, so this technical assistance that will be performed by the European Investment Bank. So this is the evaluation time for the net zero technologies call. So this is only for the net zero technologies call, not for the auctions that have different timings. The call was open the 4th of December. The deadline, as we already said, is 23rd of April. And we will do the full evaluation in between April and October. And in principle, we expect to inform the applicants on the results of the evaluation by the end of October, beginning of November. Depends a little bit also on the number of proposals, on the whole process. And then we will start for the project recommended for funding. We start the grant agreement preparation, and then we think that we'll be able to sign the contract, the grant agreement in March, at the end in March 2027, and then the projects will start. These are just a few lessons learned from overall lessons learned from experience of the previous goal, the Net Zero Technologies Goal of 2024. So here you can see that we received 359 proposals, and 291 proposals passed the admissibility check. So this means that almost 70 proposals, almost 20% failed in the admissibility check. So this is quite important because means that several proposals were not complete, were not not readable, or were issues in terms of geographical location. So it's important really to pay attention on this because given the quite high, let's say, failing rate under this first check. Out of 359, 61 have been invited for the grant agreement preparation that are currently ongoing, and for the proposal that passed the admissibility check, 55% of this proposal passed all the evaluation criteria. And so if you consider only the selected proposal, you see that the funding rate, the success rate is 17%. But as also Ingun said before, this really depends on the topic. Large scale is very low. I have to say other topics like small scale, for instance, the success rate probably is higher. Then these I think interesting slides is on the failure rate per work criterion. So this is here you can see, I mean, the reasons why the proposals failed last year in 2024. I mean, according to the different criteria, so innovation, greenhouse gas, project maturity, and the cost efficiency. And also, some proposals failed on more than one criteria, just to clear that it's not only one criterion, but some of them maybe fail under 2 or 3. But I think what is important from these slides that almost 1/3 of all the proposals failed under financial maturity. So this is, I mean, I also said before, I think it's crystal clear that most of the proposals have issues from this point of view under this criterion. So even more, I think all the criteria are important, but I think it's really important that you pay attention to the financial aspects of the proposed projects, also the recommendation that Christophe will give later in his part. Because again, as you see, it contributes quite a lot. And also technical maturity, I have to say, it's almost 15% of the proposals failed under this criterion. This means that the proposed projects were not considered feasible from the technical, in terms of, on the technical feasibility and technical readiness of the proposed projects. These are as I said before, many proposals failed under the admissibility and eligibility. And most of the proposal, why? The reasons, because they were incomplete. So some documents were missing, or there were duplication of some documents, or the templates were not followed, so some parts were completely missing, and so on. So also this is important to pay attention to all the documents that are compulsory, and also our strong recommendation is the template, because the template you can find all the sections that are important for the assessment of the proposals. And then here you can find also all the other reasons. You can see also some of the proposals were considered not eligible because the budget, the grant requested was over 60%, as was said by Javier. This is a criterion that is a hard requirement from this point of view. And then you can find also all the other reasons. So in terms of lessons learned for this admissibility and eligibility part, again, we strongly recommend you to use the templates that are available in the funding tender portal. Also, for instance, for the feasibility study, for the business plan, and also for other documents that are requested. This is, I think, make things much easier for the applicant, and then also for the experts when they have to assess. Respect the page limits. If you present a proposal, for instance, in Part B that is over 70 pages, the proposal will be automatically stopped at page number 70, and all the pages after 70 will not be considered by the experts. Make sure that the information is complete, and check the budget limits, the ones that Javier already presented, and also check the consistency across all the documents. So now I start with the work criteria. I start with the degree innovation, and then greenhouse gas and technical maturity, and then Christophe will present cost efficiency and financial maturity. So, degree innovation, it's, Javier already mentioned, here the experts will assess if your project is innovative in comparison to the state of the art, so the existing situation for a certain technology, process, or what is present in the proposal. The most relevant documents for this part, for this criterion, are the application form, part B, and there are in particular the section 1 on the related to the state of the art and on the demonstration of innovativeness of the project. Then another document where you can demonstrate why your project is innovative is the feasibility study. And feasibility study, again, there is a template in the Fund and Tender Portal, and we recommend to use it. If it's not used, this template, you need to cover at least all the sections that are mentioned in the template itself. So, as already said, the Innovation Fund wants to support projects that are innovative. This means projects that go beyond incremental innovation. So a project that is delivering only incremental innovation, from this point of view, is not sufficient, and probably, most probably, will fail. The experts will consider not innovative, because again, we want Innovation Fund want to promote projects that are innovative at a certain level, from intermediate to breakthrough. But again, incremental innovation is not sufficient. Then there are different levels of innovation, from intermediate, and we will see later in the slide, to strong, very strong, or breakthrough. So your proposal, if it's innovative, can be, in any case, can receive different scores depending on the level of, let's say, of innovation that is ensured by your proposal. The reference is the European level, so your project needs to be innovative at the European level. So if a project is already, if you want to propose a certain project, but there is already the same project already in operation in another country, even if it's not Norway, the proposal will be considered, probably will fail under the innovation, because experts will consider that it's not going beyond the state of the art because of the existence of the other plant. The only exception is a small-scale topic. A small-scale topic, the reference is the national country. So the expert, if the proposal is, if you submit a proposal under the small-scale topic and there is a similar project already in operation in another country, still, from this point of view, under the small-scale topic, the project can pass this criterion. So, what we expect under this criterion, the type of innovation actions. So we expect to have projects, first of kind commercialization project, or large-scale demonstration to commercial size, to commercial level, of technologies, processes, or business models. Then also can be considered innovative, a second or more kind of commercialization, especially if there are still for instance, economical barriers, where it's clear that they still need some further public support in order to uptake, to commercialize this specific technology. Then, and this is mainly for the pilot topic, also innovative, smaller scale demonstration, pilot plants, especially if it is considered the scale necessary to in a second moment to, let's say, to arrive to a larger scale demonstration. And also can be considered innovative, also the scaling up of innovative technologies, processes, or business models. So, for instance, projects that are already existing at a lower scale, and the project is really focusing on scaling up of these technologies. It's important also the reference to Innovation Fund projects, as already said. So if your proposal focuses on technologies, on a process that is already been funded by the Innovation Fund, it's important that you clearly justify where the innovative aspects of your project lie in comparison to the existing project. So you need to do a kind of analysis of what is existing in that sector and specify why your project is innovative in comparison to what is already funded. Of course, if there is already an innovation fund project that already started operations, already functioning, and you want to present something that is very similar, there is high risk that the experts will consider this project not innovative, because again, it's not going beyond the state of the art. So our suggestion is really to consult the list of innovation fund projects, and you can find here the link to the dashboard where you can find all of them. For small-scale projects, I already said, the geographical reference of the state-of-the-art can be the national level, so the country where the project will be implemented. So in the proposal should demonstrate how at the national level your project goes beyond the national state-of-the-art. If a project, also in the small-scale topic, it's innovative also at the European level, probably will receive high score in the evaluation. These are some lessons learned from the previous call. So not many, I have to say, only more or less 5% of the proposals failed under the degree innovation, and here you can find the main reasons. But basically the main reasons are that the proposal was not able to demonstrate that the solution was innovative beyond the state of the art. So the proposed solutions were already existing, or simply were missing information to convince the experts that was sufficiently innovative. And then some of the proposals failed also, I mean, this is linked somehow because they didn't provide sufficient data to, for instance, parameters, efficiency values, technical efficiency values, economic values, to demonstrate that this project is really going beyond the state of the art. So the lessons learned is it's important that you describe in the proposal the relevant state of the art. You provide data on this, and then you explain and you clearly identify in the proposal why your proposal is innovative in comparison to the presented state of the art. And for this, it's important to provide evidence, so technical data, information related to what's already existing and what will be in your proposal in order to substantiate this innovation. So next criterion is the greenhouse gas emissions avoidance potential. So basically this criterion is, here the experts will assess how the project will reduce the greenhouse gas emission savings compared to a reference scenario, so a scenario without your project. And the relevant part of the proposal are Part B, the section 2, where you can find the information. You can put the information related to the 3 sub-criteria that Javier already mentioned before. But of course, the most important part maybe is the greenhouse gas emission calculator. So according to different type of project, you can find the funding. You can find in the portal the calculators, so Excel files basically that you need to fill in order to calculate the greenhouse gas emission savings expected using, of course, the greenhouse gas methodology that you can find again in the funding portal. So it's really important that you are familiar with this methodology. This calculation methodology, you need to follow it in order to do the calculation, and then the numbers that are calculated in this methodology, following the methodology, will be used for the final calculation of the scores under this criterion. So, as already said, there are 3 sub-criteria. The first 2 are absolute greenhouse gas emissions avoidance and the relative greenhouse gas emissions avoidance. The first one basically is the difference between the expected greenhouse gas emission reduction of your project in comparison to the reference scenario during 10 years of operation of the project after entering into operation. And the second one is the relative greenhouse gas emissions avoidance, that basically is the division of the absolute greenhouse gas emissions avoidance divided by the greenhouse gas emissions avoidance in the reference scenario for the same period. These 2 numbers are calculated automatically, so the proposal will I mean, in the proposal, the applicant will calculate these numbers, and then the score received by the proposal under these two sub-criteria will be automatically calculated based on these numbers using a formula that is in the cool text. So this part is, let's say, is automatically done. There is no intervention by the external experts. The external experts check, of course, the credibility of the calculation. So even if the numbers are automatically, the scores are automatically calculated, then the experts will assess if the calculation proposed by the applicant is credible or not. So this is done under the sub-criterion 2.3, and if let's say the calculation is not credible, or if the methodology has not been followed, then the proposal can fail under this criterion. Also, if the expert thinks that there are some aspects, there are some issues in the calculation, something is not, overall is okay, but not well done, maybe they can, can identify some shortcomings in this calculation, and this can bring to a reduction of the scores. Then there are also a number of minimum requirements here. And this is also something that is checked by the experts. So you need to, for instance, if the project is producing some products where we have the UETS benchmarks, you need to demonstrate that the emissions related to the product that you are producing are lower of these benchmarks, and this is checked by the experts. Then there is for project using biomass feedstocks, they need the project that must demonstrate that they are meeting the requirements of the Renewable Energy Directive. And then, as already said by Javier, there is also the projects, they should meet the DNSH objectives for the first objective, the climate change mitigation. And then for all the topics with the different values, there are also certain minimum thresholds in terms of greenhouse gas emission saving that your project need to achieve. So, for instance, for all the projects except pilots, the relative greenhouse gas emission savings value must be at least 50%. If it's, for instance, 40%, automatically the proposal will be rejected because the minimum requirement has not been met. So these are the, again, main reasons based on the last call why the proposal failed under this criterion. And again, also here I have to say only 5% more or less failed, and here you can find the reasons. The main reasons is that the methodology was not followed thoroughly, and also that the calculation somehow was overestimated because of wrong assumptions, wrong emission factors, and so on. So this was checked by experts and considered not acceptable. So the recommendations: read carefully the greenhouse gas calculation methodology, justify thoroughly all the choices, all the assumptions made to do the calculations, and provide information, evidence, proof on these assumptions. So here, these are already said. If you want, there are also some examples. So the greenhouse gas emissions calculators already filled in according to the different criteria. So you can also go on the portal. From the portal, you can find a link where you can find on the CINEA website some examples of let's say, of course, virtual, fictitious examples of greenhouse gas calculators already filled in. If you have questions on the greenhouse gas methodology that we are aware is quite complex, we have also a help desk, and you are invited to use this service in order to receive some clarifications on how the methodology, for instance, should be interpreted in certain aspects. Bonus point 1, this is on net carbon removal. This is so in order to achieve points under bonus points under these bonus points, project emissions should be negative. And an example, for instance, is a bioenergy project combined with the CCS. And there are certain conditions for energy-intensive projects that you can find in the call text, but mainly the smart dispatch is not sufficient for net carbon removal, and also you need only focus on principal products is not sufficient. Then I go to technical maturity, and I will be quick. Otherwise, I see that I'm already a little bit late. So technical maturity is the first sub-criterion of project maturity. The relevant documents here are the application form part B and the section 0, where you have to present the technical characteristic of the project, and then section 3.1, where you need to demonstrate the technical readiness of the technical feasibility of your proposed project. And also feasibility study, of course, is a key document in order to demonstrate this aspect. Here, under this criteria, basically the external expert, we check two things. The first one, if the project is feasible from the technical point of view, so the project will be able to deliver the expected outcomes in terms of volume, and of course, consequently in terms of greenhouse gas emission savings. So you need to demonstrate that the technology has already been proven at pilot scale, for instance, and you need to provide data to show that, in the future operation, the project will be able to deliver these outcomes, these volumes. So you need to demonstrate that your technical assumptions are realistic, are in line with, with the engineering principles, and so on. In the part B, please make reference to the feasibility study that, of course, is a key document to demonstrate this aspect of the proposal. This is the feasibility study. These are the minimum requirements of this document. Again, as I said before, we suggest to use this document in order to provide for the preparation of the feasibility study. And then the last point under this criterion, it is risk analysis and management. So this must be provided only in the feasibility study, so not in part B, but in the feasibility study you will find a section where you need to present the key risk that could impact the feasibility from the technical point of view of your solution. And so you need to identify the key risk, define the possible likelihood, the impact, and also to explain which are the mitigation measures you think can be applied in order to minimize or mitigate this risk. And also we ask you to provide a risk heat map in the feasibility study. So here, under this criterion, we had, as I said before, over 15% of proposals failed under this aspect, and the reasons are mainly two, of course. One is that the technical feasibility was not considered sufficient by the experts, because, for instance, the technology the proposal didn't provide sufficient information that the technology has been already tested, proved, demonstrated at a smaller scale. Technology, TRL, for instance, was not considered credible, and so on. And then some of the proposals also failed under technical risks or mitigation measures. So, for these aspects, our recommendations are check also the consistency between all the different parts of the application related to technical maturity. You need to describe the technological readiness level of their technology, of the different components of the proposed solution, and providing key facts and figures. And also identify, as I said before, data information from previous work, previous project that can be useful to substantiate this feasibility, and provide this evidence also in other documents like feasibility study, of course, but also due diligence reports or other documents that we consider important to demonstrate this aspect. Sorry for the length presentation. Now I pass the floor to Christophe. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, hope you're still alive. See some people still smiling, so it's good. My name is Christophe de Hout. I'm the head of the financial engineering team at CINEA. Thanks to Enova for the invitation today. Good to be back here in Norway. So I'm the bad guy because many files actually fail on financial maturity. As Gianluca said, we do not make the evaluation. We hire experts to do it, but we kind of try to calibrate their work anyway. Financial maturity, what is it? Actually, that's how the experts will assess the ability of the project to reach financial close. Financial close means it's really in the sense of the banking sector. It's not only the final investment decision, but it's when the project is really ready to go ahead, when it has all the financial means to be implemented, when it has all the permits, all the authorizations, when the main contracts have been already negotiated and signed. So that's when you can press the button and the project can get started and constructed and built. Why do we have that in the delegated regulation of the Innovation Fund? It's because we want to select projects which will be implemented and which will contribute to the greenhouse gas reduction, which is the main purpose of the Innovation Fund. So we want to avoid projects which will not contribute to that, hence this pretty stringent requirement. So the experts we hire, we try to assess to what extent, these projects can reach this deadline of financial close before the 4 years after the signing of the grant agreement. To do that, they will look at the business plan, which will be provided in the application. They will look at the financing plan of the project, and they will look at the risk analysis and mitigations provided by the applicant. The 3 factors will then be looked at and contribute to the fact that the project will pass or fail. To do this, they will look at the business plan, which is a mandatory document for which we have actually a template in the appendix of the call text. They will look at the application form part B, the relevant section. They will also look at what we call the fifth, the holy fifth, the financial information file, which is a financial model standard for all projects. Not very detailed, but it's quite important because it computes automatically the relevant cost, which, as Javier said, is the foundation for the computation of the grant. I need to go there? Okay. Interference, sorry. For the relevant cost and the cost efficiency ratio, which will be used also in the application. It also includes the grant disbursement schedule, which is quite important also afterwards for if you're selected for the grant agreement preparation. We also require the applicant's detailed financial model with no hard-coded figures, no macros, and so on. I insist on that because, as Gianluca said, we have, in the last call, 70 files failing in A&E. It's too bad to see that people spend a lot of time, a lot of money preparing the application, and then they give us a detailed financial model with only 1 sheet, or with purely hard-coded figures, so not meeting at all the requirements we have in the call. As we said, we want to select projects which get implemented, and some of these projects, I would say, are huge. We have projects with billions of euros in capital expenditure. So we cannot understand that people are not able to have a fully detailed financial model. That's a pre-requirement. I come from the industry. I worked for more than 20 years in the energy sector. So I know what it is, managing these kind of projects. And therefore, that's one of the aspects we look at, or the experts look at. We also want to make sure that the project shareholders have the ability to finance the project. So we ask for the information, the financial statements of the current or future shareholders. We want to make sure that they will inject the money in the project so that it gets implemented. If banks are actually playing a role, of course, we will want to see where they are in their internal credibility check. We will want to see also the project contract terms. For all of these, we now have in the call text, in the annexes, a description of what should be required, or what should the experts look at. Then if you have any due diligence, it will be interesting to have it, but it's optional. It's not mandatory. All the rest is mandatory. So if it's not there, the project is rejected directly in the A&E phase. For the business plan, so you should describe what's your business model, how competitive is your project, how competitive is your product. In the business plan, you should describe the assumptions behind the main revenues, the main operational expenditure, the capital expenditure. It's not only a table with the capex and the different lines, it's where they're coming from. The strategy, how you intend to secure your key contracts to support the project so that it gets implemented. Ensure that the financial projections you have is completely coherent with the business plan. We see projects failing because there is a delta, there is some incoherence between the description of the assumptions and the computation in the FIF or in the detailed financial model. I'm sorry if I'm using too much financial jargon for the ones who are not in the financial section. But it's quite important. Again, you will spend, or companies spend hundreds of thousands of euros. It's too bad not to have a full coherence between the figures and the description of the assumptions and the underlying support letters. You should actually describe also in the application form part B the project return. We really insist in having in the FIF and the detailed financial model all the economics of the project over the whole project lifetime. Okay? If your asset is going to last 20 years, describe the return, describe the revenues and the OPEX for 20 years. It's not because the depreciation period is 10 years that you should stop at year 10. In the past, we've already rejected projects due to that. I really insist on it. And there is no terminal value in the relevant cost, and therefore we really insist on having the economics over the whole project lifetime. I hope it's clear. They will look at the profitability to some extent of the project. As I will say also afterwards, the projects need not be especially profitable, but if it's not profitable, then the letters of support need to be extremely strong. The shareholders really need to say, we are aware of this profitability issue, however, we'll go ahead in supporting the project. For the pilot, I would say what's more important is really to make sure, because pilot projects are not per se profitable, some of them at least. The real pilot projects, not the one of 20 years. For the pilot projects, we need to make sure that financing will be available for them. The financing plan, now the experts need to make sure that enough financing sources are available to implement the project. So they will look at the whole financing during construction and also during the operational period. Sometimes it happens at the start of the project in the first years that you have negative cash flows. They will look at the ability to raise additional equity to fund the project if it's needed during this first operational phase. So they will look at all the funding sources. They will also look if you intend to raise debt, to how credible is it for the project to raise non-recourse financing, for example. They will look at the debt service cover ratio. They will look at how strong the cash flows are, also if you have sensitivity analysis in your detailed financial model, and see what's the ability to stand any problem during the course of the reimbursement. So it's really important when you describe the financing sources to say if it's recourse, non-recourse, and in the case of recourse debt, who's behind, who's providing the guarantee. It may have an impact on the weighted average capital computation. Make sure that the grant disbursement is in line with the call text. As Javier said, and also Gianluca, 40% can be drawn up to financial close, the rest during construction, and at least 10% during operation. The commitment of the project funders, as I said, it's another element to actually back the financing plan, and the experts will look at the willingness of the different project funders to inject the fund in the project. So we have a description in the Annex 3 of what we want to see in the letters. I mean, we're being quite more prescriptive than in the past. How long do I still have? Not too much. The last point experts will look at are the risks, business and financial risks. How well are they identified and mitigated? And this will be taken into account also in the discussion on the business plan and on the financing plan. Now, why do projects fail in financial maturity? I mean, as we said, the failing rate is still high. It has decreased a bit since last year. I can tell it because it's my 11th evaluation. I started in the agency 5 years ago, so I've gone through all of them. I was the first one actually in the financial engineering team 5 years ago working on the first evaluation. We didn't have as many means at the time than now. But why do they fail? Well, it's principally, 50% failing in financial maturity fail because the business plan is not credible, and 50% fail because the financing plan is not credible. So it's kind of shared. Risks does not really kill many projects, but it's mainly the two, business plan and financing plan. Why failing on the business plan? Because some important elements of the revenues are just not credible. We try to hire financial experts with knowledge of the sector. If something is quite different from what they see, what they know from the market, needs to be, I would say, evidenced by the support letters, letters of intent of your potential off-takers or customers in the future. If it's completely not realistic and completely unevidenced, then they will assess is that not credible. Same with the capital expenditure and the operational expenditure. So everything, that's why I insist, as much evidence you have, letters, confirming the assumptions, these are really key and crucial. Of course, it depends on how mature your project is. If you're really close to financial close, well, we would expect that you already have discussed and starting, do a call or request for proposal from different construction companies, suppliers, customers, if you know them. So if you say financial close in 12 months, and you don't have any form of letter of intent from any customer, any construction companies, well, experts will be a bit skeptical. Same a bit for the financing. Yes. So, as I said, the rest, 50% fails in the financing plan. It's sometimes, most of the times, because the financing strategy is not, credible. Certainly for projects who do not have strong shareholders, then experts will really look at how you intend to raise the financing. Who is behind? When? So all these elements are crucial for them. Debt assumptions not credible. If experts see a project with a duration of 20 years and someone comes with 18-year reimbursement period with only 5 years of offtake, without any form of, strong support from a bank confirming, yes, I'm ready to give money for 18 years, or if someone comes and say, okay, I've got a DSCR of 1.1, with a highly volatile revenue structure or cash flow structure and no bank behind it to confirm, experts will say, well, is this really credible? As I said, funders' commitment is important. It's not because, as I said, the project is not profitable in the sense that the IRR is above the, awful WACC, the weighted average cost of capital, which is the minimum hurdle in terms of return for the project. So if your project return is above that, your NPV, the project NPV, is positive, and therefore that's what is considered as a profitable project. So we have already selected projects which have project IRR below the project WACC. Why? Because, we had a full commitment of the shareholders behind. So it happens. It's not because a project is unprofitable that it's not selected. But there is a big condition there. So if, the 6, I had 7 2 years ago, now we've gone down to 6 golden rules to prepare your application. Be sure that you have the right commitment, behind your financing structure, that business plan assumptions are detailed. And I really insist on that. Last year again, we had to cross-check some of the experts' comments, and we looked at the business plan. It's just too bad because we saw no description of how the revenues were actually computed, no description of price evolution, no description of volume evolution, nothing. So, once they started to doubt and then they fall back on the business plan, nothing. It's just too bad, really. Make sure that the financing plan is complete. Some projects actually got killed because there was a hole. There was not enough money raised actually to cover the capital expenditure. Follow the relevant cost guidance. We've tried to simplify it. If you look at the call 5 years ago, we had 6 or 7 different relevant cost methodologies. Now we only have 2. With one which we try to promote, which is, we'd say, the easiest one. I will talk about that later. Make sure that the mandatory annexes meet the minimum requirements we set in the call text. And make sure that the risks are clearly identified and mitigated. There is a tutorial available on business plan pitfall examples and the lessons learned on financial maturity. So please have a look at it. Okay. Back to you. I'll come back for the relevant cost.
Okay, I think I will be quick because, as I have to say, I have now operational maturity and replicability, but they are, all the criteria are equally important, of course, but I have to say in principle are more straightforward than, for instance, financial maturity in terms of expectations or aspects to be covered. So for the operational maturity, so this is the third sub-criterion of the project maturity, and the relevant part of the proposal are part B there is the section 3.1, of course, on the project maturity, but also the experts will check the work plan, so the work packages, the tasks that you propose to implement the project, and the timing, on the timing. So these are the relevant sections in part B. There is a compulsory document that is a Gantt chart that you need to use, a template that it's available on the portal. And also we ask you to provide a participant information file with the CVs of the key staff of the relevant person that will implement the project and the previous experience in the field. And of course, the other mandatory document is the feasibility study. So the operational maturity here, there are a number of aspects to be considered and assessed by experts. The first one is on the project implementation plan. So here the experts will assess the credibility of the work plan, of the activities or the work packages you propose in order to implement the project. So here they assess if this work plan is credible, is suitable to implement, to make sure that the project will be implemented successfully. And again, there is in the proposal, you can see also the mandatory work packages that you need to have. There's the first work package until financial close, then until operation, and then for the operation of the projects. And it's important that you follow these I mean, the requirements of the template, of the application form. You need to provide information on the milestones, the financial close, entry into operation, operation after entry into operation, provide a clear timeline. Again, you can also make sure that they are consistent with the Gantt chart that you need to provide. And yeah, also this is another point of attention is that all the parts of the proposal related to this aspect are consistent, because you can find this in the Part B, in the Gantt chart, in the feasibility study, in the business plan, and so on. The second aspect is the state of play and let's say the credibility of the plan to achieve, to obtain all the required permits, IPR issues, or other, you are in line with the regulatory procedures and so on. So in the proposal it's important that there is a detailed analysis of the regulatory environment, of the authorization procedures, of the relevant permits that you need to achieve in order to obtain, in order to implement the project. So you need to give an in-depth analysis of these aspects, and also, I mean, provide information on which are, for instance, the permits or the steps already achieved, and if something, of course, others will be missing, also a clear timeline on how this will be, and the strategy on when they will be achieved. Another thing that where we put attention is the public acceptance. Of course, this project, in order to be successful, must also must be also, let's say, accepted by the public, by the stakeholders, or the relevant authorities. And so you need to provide information on your strategy in order to, let's say, to achieve this public acceptance. And so you need to define the public acceptance of the technology, of the solution that you propose, and also the steps, the plan that you have in mind in order to achieve this during the implementation of the project. This aspect is more, let's say, on the experience, on the track record of the team that will implement, of the companies and of the entities and of the team that will implement the project. So the expert will check the qualifications of the staff that will work on the project, if all the necessary skills from the technical, financial, management point of view are included in the team. And also another aspect to be considered is how the project is organized. So this in terms of management of the project, governance, how the decision will be made, and so on. So basically how the structure proposed to implement the project. The last point is on risks. This is very similar to what I already said, the technical risks, so I will not spend much time, but also here you need to cover this with provide information on the most important operational risks, and also provide the table on this and the heat map. For the operational maturity, here you can see that last year around 20 proposals failed under this criterion, and most of them failed because the project implementation plan was not well done, or was not sufficiently elaborated, or was not consistent, or was I mean, not at the end, not suitable according to the experts to implement the project. Some projects failed because the project management team was considered not suitable to implement that kind of project, so maybe some competencies, some skills were lacking in the project team, and other projects because they didn't provide a sufficient strategy in order to achieve the permits, obtain the permits, environmental permits, authorization, so on. That is, of course, a key aspect of the implementation of the project. So the recommendations are for the work plan, define solid work packages and tasks, be consistent across all the documents that you submit, and ensure consistency, for instance, with the Gantt chart, with the feasibility study, and so on. And also from the clearly identify the role of each member of the consortium, provide a clear distribution of different roles, who is in charge of what, and another important thing is the timing of the project, a clear strategy on how you will achieve the different milestones. Replicability. So replicability, we have two sub-criteria. This is new, as Javier already said, in comparison to last year. Last year we had 3 sub-criteria under this call, under this sub-criteria, under the replicability. Now we have only 2. The first one is on replicability in terms of efficiency gains and environmental impacts, multiple environmental impacts. This is the first sub-criterion with a maximum score of 5 points. And the second one is the contribution, let's say, to the European industrial leadership and competitiveness, including knowledge sharing. And this is sub-criterion 4.2, and the maximum score is 10 points. So this is a difference in comparison to last year. If you already submit a proposal, you're familiar with the call, please pay attention to this, because now the template is different, so you need to adapt. I mean, with this, the objective was to streamline this part of the proposal. So in the first sub-criterion is you need to demonstrate, you need to show the efficiency gains of your proposed solutions. So how your project is addressing possible resource constraints. So you need to demonstrate that you need to present, for instance, how will be used more efficiently certain resources, reduction of consumption of critical raw materials, and the use of sustainable biomass, for instance, and so on. So in the end, how your project will be good from the point of use of these materials, on circularity, recyclability, and so on. And then also, the proposal should describe the potential in terms of how it will address multiple environmental impacts. So what are the benefits of your proposed solution in terms of biodiversity, protection, reducing land and air and water pollution. As already said, Javier, also this is new also in comparison to last year. There is also this part on the do not significant harm aspect, and here must be covered for all the objectives except the first one. And the last sub-criterion is on the contribution to the European industrial leadership and competitiveness. So you should explain how your proposed solution contribute, let's say, to this aspect, to the realization or strengthening of new of industrial ecosystems, for instance, clustering, industrial clustering, work with European suppliers, and so on. And also how this project will contribute to building the European know-how in terms of new patents, collaboration with universities, training, and so on. And also here you need to provide a knowledge sharing plan. Knowledge sharing plan with the objective to share the information, the knowledge gained by the project itself, and with the objective to de-risk, let's say, these technologies, and to promote this at European level and to accelerate their deployment. And I think, this was the last one, the last slide. And I pass now the floor again to Christophe. Sorry, we have a few slides.
It's okay. Okay. Because we are ready for... Thank you so much. Let's give it another applause. Thank you so much, Javier, Christophe, and Gianluca. I'm not sure, but if we do not get good project proposals from the people sitting in the audience here, I don't know what else we need, because you guys are giving us lots of good information, and that's exactly why we're here. So information is power. Communication is also power, and we really hope that you guys use the break, which is going to be about 20 minutes, to share experiences, talk to each other, and build community, because all this information we can actually read online, but the point of being here is actually to talk to each other. And we're so grateful that we have all of these guests from southern part of Europe. So thank you. Enjoy the break. We'll see you about 5 minutes after 11, something like that. Yeah, 20 minutes from now. Thank you so much. We have so much exciting information to share that we have to sort of keep the program going. Lunch is going to be in about an hour and a half at 12:30. So until lunch, we're going to be doing a couple of things. First, Christoph is going to tell us some more about how you can make a successful application. And then Javier is going to talk about the hydrogen auction. And Jean-Luc is going to talk about the industrial heat. So that's going to go pretty quickly. After that, we're going to have a Q's and A's, which will be a little bit more dynamic. So make sure that you've written down what you guys are burning to know more about. Great. So hydrogen. No, Christoph, you go first. I don't have an introduction for you, but continue.
Anyway, I'll try. Okay, good. No, what I didn't have the time to cover, relevant cost, just before the break. But a few minutes on that. Relevant costs is the basis for the computation of the grant amount, so it's really important. Actually, and cost efficiency, sorry, big mix up. Cost efficiency is one of the selection criteria. It's, I mean, the score is 15. One part, 12, is automatically computed based on the ratio itself coming from the FIF. 3 points actually will cover the quality of the computation and mainly the quality of the computation of the relevant cost. As Javier said, we have 2 limits for the cost efficiency ratio, one limit for all the topics except the pilot at 200 euro per ton. If projects come with a cost efficiency ratio above 200, they will be rejected. For the pilot, if they come with a cost efficiency ratio above 2000, they will be scored 0 in cost efficiency, but they will still go through potentially in the selection process. So the cost efficiency is based on the information we have in application form part B, and it's quite important. I mean, I think 1 or 2 projects have been rejected because there were some mistakes in, or there was information lacking in the application form part B, so make sure that you compute it or you fill it correctly. The 5th, as I said, is computing it automatically, and it's then mentioned also in the application form part B. If you use in the relevant cost, as I said, we have come down to 2 methodologies. One is the no reference plant, the other one is a bit more complex. It's called a reference plant, for which we ask for many more information, both in the detailed financial model and in the annexes. If you choose the reference plant methodology, you will need to provide other annexes. So the cost efficiency ratio, what is it? It's a ratio of the requested innovation fund grant plus any other public support the project will actually use to get financed or during the operational period. So it's any public support, could be member state, could be EU funding. We do not take there into account tax incentives, so please have a look at the footnotes and how we describe it in the core text and also in the relevant cost guidance. It's quite important to really make sure that you include there the right figures. And this amount is divided by the absolute greenhouse gas emission avoidance of your project during the first 10 years. So, as we said before, the innovation fund grant is maximum 60% of the relevant cost. As it's an extremely competitive process, certainly in a large scale, you could make your project more competitive by selecting an amount which is lower than 60%. It would, of course, improve your cost efficiency ratio. but depends on your funding needs, of course. The relevant cost, what is it exactly? That's the sum of the capital expenditure of your project, plus the discounted value of revenues, OPEX, and maintenance, CAPEX, during the first 10 years of operation. And what do we use as a discount rate? We use the weighted average cost of capital, on which I will come back later. In the relevant cost methodology, you will see that some elements are excluded from the relevant cost computation, like the terminal value, as I said previously, or any cost incurred before the submission of your application. Be very, careful on that. So a few general tips. We have very few projects failing in relevant cost or cost efficiency. It has reduced dramatically over the last 5 years, maybe thanks to the reduction of the number of relevant cost methodologies. One piece of advice, if you intend to apply, try to compute your relevant cost as soon as possible. Because the worst would be for you to prepare the whole application until March, then by the end of March, early April, you have all the data and you compute your relevant cost, and then you see that actually your relevant costs are negative. Means that you don't have a right to a grant. We had applications in the past, it does not happen anymore, I think, where people applied with a negative relevant cost. Of course, it gets rejected directly because the grant, of course, is not in line. Please read carefully the relevant cost methodology to see what can be eligible or what's not eligible. For some add-on projects like the carbon capture, if you can, in your detailed financial model, add a sheet giving the overall profitability of the whole project. You can combine, and it's a question we often get in the help desk, you can combine and take some of the sheets of the fifth in your own model to make sure that everything is completely coherent, but make sure that when you apply that we have both the fifth and the detailed financial model, otherwise it will not pass the eligibility criteria. What has changed? You'll see we've tried to provide additional guidance on boundaries, on leasing and so on. I won't bother you too much with that. One thing, the few projects failing on cost efficiency are actually failing due to mistakes in the computation of the weighted average cost of capital. So make sure that you really follow what's in the relevant cost methodology. We've changed a bit some of the elements, trying to simplify. Again, always trying to simplify to avoid mistakes, avoid endless discussions during the evaluation. So please follow this guidance and what we have in the relevant cost methodology. I think I'm done. Oh, yes, bonus points, we talked about that. We mentioned the fact that we have additional bonus points for SMEs. Well, if they follow the definition from the Commission and for the maritime sector, even projects actually supplying the maritime sector. So,
thank you.
Javier?
I'll give that to Javier. Javier is going to be sharing some more information about the hydrogen auction. This is the third round of the auction, and in the second round, Norway was very successful and had several applicants that succeeded. So Javier, please tell us a little bit more about this. You're one of the main designers of this auction, so we're excited to hear from you.
Of course. Well, thank you. So we are now speaking of a totally different animal to the net zero technology call. We're now speaking of an auction. So as I was saying at the beginning, here projects are competing based on unit price, and then they are just evaluated on a pass-fail basis on a series of evaluation criteria. The Innovation Fund auction is part of a wider initiative of the European Commission, the European Hydrogen Bank, and in this case, we are only speaking of that first leg of the European Hydrogen Bank, which are the domestic auctions, so projects that are producing hydrogen in Europe, in the European Economic Area, so Norway included. So what we've done so far, as we just said, This is the third auction that we organized. The first one had 800 million, then last year's one had 1.2 billion, and finally the one that we're speaking today is the third auction, which is having a budget of 1.3 billion euro and is directed for the first time to both RFNBO, which is renewable fuel of non-biological origin, renewable hydrogen for simplicity, and electrolytic low-carbon hydrogen. In this case, not like in the NCT, blue hydrogen production is not eligible. The hydrogen has to be low carbon, but produced from an electrolyzer. The auction is divided in 3 topics. First topic, only for RFNBO hydrogen production. A second topic, combining both RFNBO and low carbon hydrogen. And a third topic, in which the production can be both RFNBO and electrolytic low carbon hydrogen, but only supplied to the maritime and the aviation sectors. In this case, it's 600 million euro in the first topic, 400 million in the second topic, and 300 million in the third topic in budget. So what are the general eligibility criteria for projects applying into this auction? So your projects, first, they have, as I just said, be located in the European Economic Area, producing the hydrogen in an installation. The installation has to have a minimum size of 5 megawatt electric of what the electrolyzer installed. It has to be new capacity and located in a single location. Project must limit their sourcing of electrolyzers from China. So now we have some resilience criteria that I will explain now. Then there is no offtake restriction except for the third topic, for the aviation and the maritime sector. There is a bid ceiling price, so projects cannot bid beyond €4 per kilogram of hydrogen, and there's a maximum size for the grant that can be requested, which is the same budget as in the call, so 600, 400, and 300 million, depending on the topic that the project applies to. One of the key aspects of the auction is that, of course, even if we provide a more simple way of applying, we want to make sure that the budget one has been awarded, it will be implemented. That's why, even if we have simplified the process of evaluation, projects have still to reach financial close within 2.5 years. This is a mandatory deadline, and they have to enter into operation within 5 years, 2.5 and 5 years after signing the grant agreement. And this is linked to the existence of a completion guarantee that they have to present at the moment of application with a value of 8% of the total grant that is requested. If they don't reach financial close or entry into operation within those deadlines, the completion guarantee is triggered and called. Once the project starts operations, payments are only received based on actually produced, certified, and verified hydrogen production. So no payments before financial close, different to the NCT call. Projects, of course, have to still respect some certain levels of volumes of production. They cannot go below 30% during 3 years in a row of what they claimed at the application stage. If they do, the project may be terminated. And they still have to comply with the 70% GHG emission reduction of the Renewable Energy Directive in order to make sure that the whole production of the hydrogen that is produced from the electrolyzer supported is considered low carbon. There are certain limits for accumulation that I will speak afterwards. So what's new? If any of you is familiarized with the previous auctions, what's new this time? I just mentioned. First, electrolytic low carbon hydrogen is eligible. And low carbon hydrogen is defined as any any type of hydrogen that can claim 70% GHG emissions reduction that is produced from non-renewable sources. How we will work with this electrolytic low carbon hydrogen and if you apply to topic 2 or topic 3. So there will be a single bidding price. You will still have to explain how your electricity sourcing strategy will guarantee your ability to produce low carbon hydrogen. And during implementation, you can vary the level of volumes between RFNBO and electrolytic low carbon hydrogen. We'll be paying for both, but there will be a single price for them. Once again, we will only pay if the hydrogen is certified and verified. Then we have this resilience criteria that I was referring to. In this case, we're trying to protect the European industry, and that's why the origin of the electrolyzer that's installed has a limitation of how much can be sourced from China. Basically, what we are saying is that the electrolyzers that are in the projects that are awarded by the Innovation Fund auction has to have at least 75% of the electrolyzers not sourced from China. Why from China? Because we have assessed that we have a risk of dependency from that country, and that's why we have this limitation. So it's 75% of the electrolyzers, and within that 75%, no more than 2 components can be originated in China. This is totally aligned with the Net Zero Industry Act. Besides that, projects we have aligned this with this resilience criteria with the NCEA, but in turn, we have simplified all the aspects compared with previous auctions, like we don't require any ISO standards anymore compliance. We also, in line with resilience criteria, we require certain levels of cybersecurity. I guess you understand why. We are asking the projects that are supported under the auction to have the operation of the project being managed by an entity located within the EEA, and also the data to be managed and stored within the EEA. And beyond that, of course, like in any other EU funding, the projects that apply into the auction are subject to the rules of foreign subsidy regulation and the trade defense instruments, which tackle unfair competition within our instruments. Another new aspect, we have an a maritime and aviation topic. Last year we only had the maritime, and now we have aviation and maritime topic. That means that projects into this third topic that I was talking before must supply their hydrogen production to either aviation or maritime, not to the two. You have to choose. And the way that we will evaluate will be that at least 60% of the total volume is supplied to one of these two sectors. The way that it is demonstrated is through one of the documents that we require as part of the evaluation, which is a head of terms with already identified off-takers. This, of course, criteria has to be complied during all the implementation. And then we have also changed, compared with last year, or changed, revised a bit, the financial maturity requirements. Even if we want to keep still a reduced administrative burden for the applicant, because this is an auction, what we've realized, if you're familiarized with the results from previous auctions, is that some of the projects, even if they were awarded, they decided not to move forward. And that was a concern for us. So as a result, of course, is that now we want to be a bit more stringent in the way that we evaluate the financial maturity of projects applying into the auction. And one of the things that we are doing is we are asking for more information under the financing and business plan. We are asking for more information about risk mitigation measures. For example, delays in pipelines that projects may be dependent on. And now we are asking for a specific letter of intent from equity providers showing their commitment with the project, with at least 6%. So, with at least 6% of the 60% of the equity provided. Another aspect of the auction, which is a bit different to the NCT call, is that we have strict rules for combination with other sources of public funding. That's the reason behind this is that while in the NCT call, up to 60% of the relevant cost can be supported, there's another 40% that you can combine with other sources. In the auction, we think that due to the nature of it, 100% of the relevant cost is supported. That's why a project producing hydrogen and awarded under the Innovation Fund auction cannot receive any type of CapEx or OpEx from any other EU fund or stated source. That's limited to the electrolyzer producing the hydrogen. On the renewable energy or the energy source that the hydrogen is taking the energy from, we will just apply to the rules of the RFMBO Delegated Act. That means that additionality conditions will only apply after 2028. For the manufacturer of the electrolyzer, there is no limitation. We will not check any combination with other source of public funding on the electrolyzer. And then on the direct consumer, and this is new, in this year, we have relaxed the conditions. So in this year's auction, the direct consumer of the hydrogen can receive EU funding, can receive all the state aid. The only thing is that they need to confirm to us that they will inform the stated source and that the stated source is in conformity with this situation. And with that, just a quick overview of how this works on the application. We're open since the 4th of December. We will be closing on the 19th of February, so quite earlier, because this is a fast-track application process. Results are published, first result in May, final results by the end of the year, and signature of the grant agreements. And here, very quickly, as in the NCT, projects will have to present a list of documentation that we will have to evaluate for assessing the relevance and the maturity of the projects. I will not stop in all of them. The only new one that we have, as I was mentioning, is the one on equity support evidence. The scheme and the structure of the application is similar to the NCT in the sense of we have also an application form B, A, B, and C, and this list of mandatory annexes. They are summarized basically in the, you have to provide some proof of energy sourcing, proof of what is the status of the off-takers, what is the status of your sourcing of the electrolyzer, what is the status of your environmental or grid connection permits, what is the status of the equity provision, and so on. These are the evaluation criteria in which the projects are evaluated. Relevance. Will you be producing RFNBO? Will you be producing electrolytic low-carbon hydrogen? That's the basic question that needs to be answered. And quality. Technical maturity. Will you be able to start operations in 5 years? Financial maturity. Will you be able to reach it in 2.5 years? And operational maturity. Is it credible that you will do it with the teams that you're proposing? Here again, the list of documentation. I didn't mention, but the most important one is, I guess, they're all important, but please pay attention to the 11th. That's a completion guarantee. So at the moment of application, you have to provide a letter of intent from a financial institution, confirming that they are able to support you with a guarantee of 8%. The signature of that completion guarantee will only be requested if you are actually selected. I will not stop on the details of how the award criteria work. We will show the slides, but it's quite similar to what we've seen before. The same for the relevance, for the quality, and the documents that apply for each of them. And finally, this letter of intent that I was mentioning, please keep in mind, it will need to be presented 2 months after you are invited to or selected. And, very important, because this is something that a question that we receive quite often. You have to respect the template that we provide in the application. There is no change available that can be made on it. And if you have more questions about how it's applicable law and so on, please write a message to us, we will explain. And with this is operational maturity, so how the teams are evaluated. And with this, I finish, and I give the word to speak about the heat auction to Gianluca.
Thank you, Javier. So, good morning again. So I will present now the heat auction. So I try to be quick also because many things are very similar to the hydrogen auction, because the heat auction is the first time this year, but of course it's been built on the mechanism. Can launch this new auction on the industrial process heat. This is because electrification is considered one of the principal means, let's say, to decarbonize the industrial sector in the next year. However, at the moment, the electrification of this sector is still rather limited, only 4%, and most of the process, of course, as you know very well, that are based on fossil fuels. So the idea is with this heat auction is really to intervene in this specific area. The reason, because there are still cost gaps of these new technologies in electrification technologies in comparison to conventional fossil fuels based technologies, and the idea of the auction again is to fill in this gap. And also we noticed that under the net zero technology call, we have some electrification projects, but not so many. So the idea was really to boost this specific area. And there is a large potential across the EU, it was believed. And so also the auction is open to applications and companies of all sizes, small scale, large scale, medium scale, and so on, in all relevant sectors. And again, they're open to the whole European economic area. So in summary, what we want to do in this with this heat auction, the first objective is reduce, of course, the greenhouse gas emissions in these sectors, supporting the uptake of industrial process that is produced through electrification. This is also, it's a pilot for the Industrial Decarbonization Bank that has been announced a few months ago in the Clean Industrial Deal. The eligible technologies are technologies that I have slides on this, but basically are technologies for the electrification of industrial process heat, and also projects that use direct renewable heat, renewable heat that basically are solar energy and geothermal energy. And also projects where they combine, electrification plus solar or geothermal if they want, of course. Also in this case, we have 3 different topics. There are 2 topics for projects where the temperature of the process heat address is between 100 and 400 Celsius degrees. And here, these are the first 2 topics, this one and this one. And but we have subdivided in 2. There are 1 topic for small-scale projects, so projects with a thermal capacity between 3 and 5 megawatt, and the other topic, the second topic, is for projects with a capacity of over 5 megawatts. For the first topic, the total budget is 150 million. For the second one is 350 million. Then there is a third topic for projects where the temperature of the industrial process heat that are higher, over 400 degrees. So for instance, we think here to the refinery sector, chemicals, melting metals, and so on. And here also the budget is higher, or the topic budget is 500 million euro, and also in principle we expect bigger project. Like the hydrogen auction, also here no virtual capacity pooling is allowed. So why as I said before, these slides somehow we try to summarize the design on the auction and the main focus on this fixed premium auction. So on the left, you can see that there is a levelized cost of heat. So this is for each project. This is the cost of the produced heat will have a certain cost in euro per megawatt hour, and each project also will have a certain kind of revenues depending on, for instance, from green pricing, from green premium, but also from the sale of the products and so on. Still, there is, as I said before, there is a certain gap with the conventional technologies and new electrification technologies, and so the objectives is to fill of the auction is to fill in this gap. So this is the need of this subsidy and the premium that we expect in this the auction. So this value is the value that each bidder will request. Okay, will be requested by each applicant. So we will have a certain number of proposals per topic with a certain bid price. So we order it. Will be these prices will be ranked in this curve. Let's say on the vertical axis, you can find the premium price in the euro per megawatt hour. Then will be automatically converted to euro per ton of CO2 reduced through the FIF, the Financial Information File. So there will be automatic calculation there. And then on the horizontal axis, you can find the defined volume. So at the end, the expected volume of heat produced that corresponds to a certain grant requested. So so here you can find a certain moment. This all the proposals will be ranked according to the bid price from the lowest to the highest, and this also corresponds to certain grant requested, and of course the clearing price, so the maximum bid that will be competitive in the scheme, will be the one that will somehow will exhaust the budget for that specific topic. So this will be the awarded bids, and these will be the bids that will not be awarded because they are not the price is it's higher. So, but the bid price is not the only thing that we will consider when we prepare this bidding curve, because it will be similar to the net zero technologies goal and also the hydrogen auction. Will be also a certain number of qualification requirements. So first of all, we'll check the admissibility and eligibility of the proposal. So if a proposal is not admissible, eligible, will not be part of the bidding curve that I presented before. Then we'll check also the relevance and the quality, of course, as similar to the hydrogen auction, and also the do no significant harm principle. So proposals need to pass also these qualification requirements in order to be considered in the final curve. So here you can see again the curve for the bidding curve it's just an example, of course, for each topic. So we'll have one for each topic. As I said before, the bids will be ranked from the lowest to the highest, and as I said before, the red line here you can find the ability to say the clearing price, so the maximum value that will be considered in order to be proposal to be awarded. In terms of let's say the premium that will be required by each bidder in euro per ton CO2, this depends by them. It's defined by the bidder themselves. It's not something that is requested by. It's not indicated by us. Differently to the hydrogen auction, there is not even a ceiling price, so every value can be considered, and we don't have any targeted IRR or NPV. Of course, the bidder must propose a value that is competitive, so it's sufficiently low in order to have some chance to be awarded, but at the same time, something that make the project financially sustainable. So they need to find, let's say, a compromise between these two needs. As I said before, the proposal, we have a value of in euro per megawatt hour. So this is the cost of the heat produced through the electrification process or renewables. And then in the financial information file will be automatically converted to euro per ton of CO2. That is the value that will be used for the ranking. Here there are two options. If the applicants decide not to use the ETS EU benchmark for heat, there is a certain value that is 0.17 tons per megawatt hour. If, on the other hand, they decide to let's say, they commit to replace with a new system an existing fossil fuel capacity, an existing fossil fuel system, they can receive, let's say, from more, they can have more greenhouse gas abatement potential because the numbers that you can see here are higher than 0.17, but of course then they have to prove that they decommission this fossil fuel. They replace actually these fossil fuels, the systems that existing installations. Then there is another component. So we want to incentivize projects that are where we replace existing fossil fuel installations. At the same time, also the objective of the auction is to support electricity grid balancing and also systems projects that let's say that have a flexible demand that decrease the burden on the grid and on the cost linked to peak hours, and so on. So there are different options. Option one is if the project is presented like that, and there is no option in terms of flexibility mechanism or energy storage, the maximum payment is capped to 70% of the hours per year. If the proposers They also choose to present also some flexibility mechanism. For instance, they demonstrate in the proposal they are able to ramp up now the project in order to adapt the electricity consumption to the grid, for instance, and to decrease the congestion of the grid or the peak hours. Then they can, this threshold of 70% can be increased to 80%. If they also, if on the other hand, they can also propose energy storage solutions, this threshold can be lifted to 100%. So these flexibility requirements are quite technical, not easy to digest, I'm aware, but I mean, if you are interested, I really suggest to have a look in the call text and then in the Q&A documents that we prepared and is available on the portal with some more details on each different mechanism. These are the main technologies. As I said already, the relevant technologies, the eligible technologies are the industrial process heat electrification technology. In the call text, you can find some examples. For instance, like you can find here, heat pumps, direct and indirect resistance heating, electromagnetic dielectric heating, and so on. And also, as I said before, direct renewable heat technologies, namely solar and geothermal. On the right side of the slide, you can find technologies that are not eligible. So this is quite clear. For instance, electric arc furnaces for steel making is not considered eligible because are already mature technologies. We cannot finance new fossil fuel fire capacity, and so on. The obligations are similar to a hydrogen auction. The only difference is that here is 2 years for financial close and 4 years for entry into operation. And then another obligation then is to report every 6 months after entry into operation. This is exactly the same, so I will not. This is similar also in terms of supporting documents, compulsory documents, very similar to the hydrogen auction. Also here you can find the electricity, of course, sourcing strategy, and off-take supporting evidence, the equity supporting evidence, and so on. This is more or less what I already said before. So these are the eligible activities, and here there are again a specification of what is not eligible under this goal. Application process, it's again very similar, so I don't spend time on this. These are again the eligibility and admissibility criteria. For the obligation, as I said before, it's 2 years for financial close and 4 years for entry into operation. Also here there is a completion guarantee. The percentage is a little bit lower, it's 6% and not 8%. But the principle is exactly the same. So there is a letter of intent to be submitted at the proposal stage. If the proposal is recommended for funding, they have 2 months to submit the full, let's say, completion guarantee. But the principle is exactly the same. Application process, this I think it's, we already mentioned most of them. And for the evaluation, so we will rank all the proposals according to the bid price, and then we'll assess also in terms of relevance and quality only the proposal that fit in the budget of that specific topic, plus a number of proposals to fill in the reserve list. And also there is also this auction as a service scheme. So we will also consider countries from, proposal from the country that applied for this service, that in case of the auction is only Spain. And then the final ranking will be, again, based on price, only for the proposals that, passed all the qualification requirements. Award criteria, I already mentioned it's the under relevance, what we will assess. It's the relevance. So if the proposed solution is in line with the call text, in particular section 2 of the call text. So if the proposed solution will really actually bring to direct greenhouse gas emissions reduction through the production of electrified or renewable energy, renewable heat. And for quality, it's exactly the same slide that Javier already presented. So I will not. I mean, it's exactly the same. Again, the only difference is 2 years and 4 years for financial close and interpretation. And I finished my part. And I think now, Javier, you have 4 slides on no significant harm. Thank you.
Back to me that very shortly, you may have realized that both for the NCT call, for the Innovation Fund hydrogen auction, and for the heat auction, we're speaking constantly about do not significant harm criteria. This is a new thing for us. This is new. This is, as I explained also at the beginning, this is something new that we have to evaluate because of the mandate that we have under the ETS directive, and it's translated into different aspects within the within our auctions. So, sorry, within our calls. So in the NCT call is evaluated a small part of it within the GHG emissions avoidance, and the other part, on the bulk of it, on the replicability criteria. In the hydrogen auction, and I think in the heat auction also, is evaluated under technical maturity. What are these do not significant harm? This DNSH criteria, well, there are 6 elements of it, which are defined under technical screening criteria of the environmental delegated regulation and the EU taxonomy regulation. So we will not give you the details of what elements you have to choose. So basically, in our calls, what we are providing to you is a whole guidance in the last annex of the calls, in which we'll explain how do you have to approach DNSH. So basically, what technical screening criteria you have to look, where do you have to look for them, depending on the technology that you are suggesting to be supported. And you need to identify the economic activity that you will be developing. Based on that, you go to the TSCs, you choose, and you see if you have to demonstrate something. Some technologies, for example, pulp and paper production, do not have any TSCs. Then you have to demonstrate anything under the DNSH criteria. Hydrogen production, for example, if you're producing RFNBO, under climate change mitigation, we give for granted that they are contributing to climate change mitigation, so there's nothing to demonstrate. But each technology, each economic activity has certain and specific criteria that you will need to check in these 2 documents, actually. And how does it translate within the calls? So for the application stage, we will just be asking for a DNSH compliance plan. So basically, based on that information that we direct you to, we ask you to explain how you will or how you plan to comply with DNSH and how credibly it is what it will be evaluated. However, if your project is selected, you will be asked at the end of the implementation period to present a DNSH compliance report. So only at the end of those 10 years, we will be asking you, did you comply with the DNSH criteria? This is a mandatory compliance under the EU regulation, and if you didn't, well, some penalties may apply. And well, this is basically what I just said. So please, first select the relevant economic activities that you are doing. You may be targeting more than one. Second, find the technical screening criteria, those TSCs that apply to you, and then prepare the compliance plan for the application form. And with this, just closing our presentation, our long presentation. So please keep in mind all the national info days that we're doing, like this one in Norway. Save your date for the Cleantech Conference, which is our flagship event that we will be organizing on May 2026 in Brussels, in which we will gather with all the cleantech developers in Europe. And finally, every time that we present in public, we remind everyone can be an expert and be part of those evaluation panels that CINEA organizes. So if you feel that you are expert in a specific field and you want to participate in our evaluations, please do it. You have to register, and then of course CINEA will assess for the evaluation. And if you want more information beyond what we presented today, please follow up in our network, in our social networks, in our website, check our websites, and all the tools that we have to communicate the Innovation Fund. And with that, just thank you a lot for being here today.
Great, thank you. So now we are going to have an exciting little session before we eat. And it's going to be a Q's and A's. And to do this well, we've invited two people, Sarah and Christian. Sarah how do you say your name? Dajani. Sarah is the partner in climate and energy at Implementing Consulting, and Christian, you're a partner in operations strategy. And the two of you together represent quite a lot of experience and expertise in public funding of climate, energy, and industrial projects. So thank you so much for coming here to facilitate Q's and A's with our guests. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And for that, I'll be inviting you to stand. It's a lot of exercise today. And I think we have a bit of a tough task because we are basically what stands between you guys and lunch. So we'll try to make this as curious of a conversation as it can be. And I will just maybe take this opportunity for me and Christian to thank you for being here. I think it's been 4-5 years now that we work with Enova, and that for most of the time when we speak about EU Innovation Fund, we speak to a little camera with a smiley sticker. So it's actually very nice to see some of the faces that are there and listening. And thank you for this marathon on getting everyone up to speed on the EU Innovation Fund and the auctions. It's a big task you have. For today, Christian and I, we have prepared a couple of questions that we'd like to run you through. And be kind to us. Those are questions we usually get from applicants. So if they're a bit nasty, we're not to blame. And we'll be speaking a tiny bit about the criteria on the EU Innovation Fund, some general terms. We'll be speaking about financial maturity, and then we'll have some questions on evaluation process, political priorities, and so on. If there's time, we'll also ask some questions on the auction. And we'll leave a little bit of time at the end for questions from you in the audience. So if you have any questions, this will be your time to rise and shine. Yeah, you'll have at least a good 30-35 minutes to prepare for that. Good. And so the first questions we get, so we're talking EU Innovation Fund. So it's all about innovation, or is it? We at least get that question a lot when we see that there's a lot of the funding that goes towards CCS projects in the cement and lime sector. We've also seen that now production of battery cells for EVs that were in a separate call that had less focus on innovation are now back in the game. So usually when we discuss with clients and applicants, we have this question of, is it really about innovation, or is it at the end of the day about avoidance, political priorities, and maturity?
I can respond that. Yes, it is about innovation, of course, as you can see, particularly in the NCT call, the one with the highest budget. Degree of innovation is one of the criteria, and it's the first one the projects are filtered by. So yes, it's about innovation. However, of course, as I was explaining at the beginning, we're funded from the ETS, from the emission trading system, that give us a lot of flexibility for policy priorities. And the innovation sometimes is defined also in defined costs. So for example, if we decide that hydrogen, which is an innovative technology, needs a dedicated auction, then we go for it. If we decide that battery manufacturing, which is also an innovative technology, not a solid market still in place, then we will organize, like we did last year, a dedicated call. The same with heat decarbonization, industrial decarbonization, in which we're targeting electrification of certain activities, and we have withdrew those activities that we consider from eligibility, those activities that we consider are already mature. So yes, it's always about innovation, and definitely it's always about decarbonization.
And so if I were to be a project that does, for instance, CCS, considering there's so many projects in the pipeline, one of the requests from CINEA is that I have to benchmark my project to what has been selected before, no matter where they are in terms of development. Sometimes there's also projects that are terminated and so on. Could you maybe give a bit of advice to the applicants in terms of what do you really expect to get from the benchmark with previously funded projects?
One second. So no, as we said, the green. I mean, as Javier said, the green innovation is key, of course, and and we are aware there are already several projects in certain areas. So as I presented before, it's important that the applicant, in part B, they specify, they clarify why, if they have certain solution in mind, they need to, there is a specific section, part B, they need to say, okay, in this area, like CCS or in any other, there are already 4 or 5 projects, maybe even more, in this field, and they need to say this project is based on this certain components or certain technologies and so on. Why my project, what I'm proposing is more innovative, or where the innovation, lies in comparison to what has been already presented. So if the project focuses, for instance, only on the carbon capture, and there are already 5 projects on carbon capture, they need, the applicant need to explain clearly what is the new innovation comparison to these projects. Maybe there is a different application in a different sector, different scale, or some refining in the technology, or the integration of a certain aspect. So the applicant, the proposer should really highlight all these aspects. Of course, if the technology is already, the plant is already in operation, is already producing something, this also, as I said before, this can be a risk, because then the expert can consider that it's not going anymore beyond the state of the art, if the plant is already in operation.
Thanks for those clarifications. I have to jump a bit to topics to make sure we get to lunch, but in terms of the timeline, so the formal requirement is projects can have up to 48 months after grant agreement signature to reach financial close. If they reach it faster, they could be evaluated positively if they have a credible path to financial close. Could we read the opposite to say that you are somewhat saying that projects that are maybe further away from financial close would have a bit of a disadvantage when they apply?
Good question. Well, it's true. Logically, you would expect, a project would have financial close within 3 years or 3.5, not to be as ready as one whose financial close is much nearer. That's what we call the financial maturity. The experts will judge how mature the project is based on the information they have. Then yes, potentially, and certainly that's the case for, I don't remember which topic, manufacturing, for which, we give the instruction to the experts to score higher, the sooner the financial close is. It really depends on the evidence, they provide. Really, as I said during my presentation, we don't really expect, a project which has a financial close within 3 years to come, let's say, with a full underwriting letter from a bank and with a full developed term sheet. But, some of these projects, it really depends also on the sector sometimes, but they, normally, I would say there is some form of link between the distance to financial close and the scoring. Correct. But the gradient, the difference is not, I wouldn't say that high.
If I translate this in my applicant perspective, this means I have an incentive to potentially, if possible, provide a slightly more optimistic timeline. With an asterisk if the maturity conditions are there. But I'm more interested then to know, if you select my project, and I said I can do this within 2 years, I can reach financial close, but the moment you award me this grant, I already know my project will be delayed. What is the room for discussion that a project has when it's awarded in terms of the timeline?
Yeah, good question. That was one thing I had to discuss, by chat this morning with one of my colleagues. That's what we call the Trojan horse. And actually you see, the experts, see it most of the time. And therefore, when they see that the financial close is not realistic, when someone comes with a financial close in 6 months or 1 year, and they don't have, the evidence, and the explanation doesn't really make sense from a practical point of view, of course, they may not kill the project, because if they think that potentially they may still, reach financial close within the 4 years, then we may leave the projects go through, but the score will not be that high. Now, once we select a project, these projects are, innovative projects, whatever you think, and based on what Javier said. And the truth is, having worked in the industry, these projects, certainly the big ones or even small ones, can, have hiccups along the line, along the road. Because the application, the timeline, if you look at it, these projects will apply in April. We will select them hopefully by October. We'll reach to them in November, then we'll start discussion with them. So 8 months will have gone through, potentially, between the application and the selection and the first discussions. And things change, Market change, reality change. The worst case was the war in Ukraine 3 years ago, which had a huge impact on many of the projects we had selected. So, and in the last call, we had discussions with already a few projects saying, guys, this happened and this happened, we need to change a bit the timeline. So we can accept, we can discuss, of course, we're always open for discussion. But it should, it's still in our power to accept it or not. If it's completely, I would say, unjustified, we may reject it. There's always a risk. We don't always say yes.
Yeah, exactly. And we need to ensure that there is fair, equal treatment of all applicants. So, if a proposal was judged in a certain way, then they cannot change drastically, let's say, the situation. So, as Christophe said, we check seriously, this is possible, if this does not have an impact on the results of the evaluation. In some cases, we can accept, of course, because we are, as Christophe said, we are aware the market is changing. But also we had the cases where we didn't accept because we're not, the request was not justified.
Another question we get, especially when the projects are very mature, is they have to apply by April, and we start to calculate the model, the fifth, from the start of the project, when the grant agreement is signed. But there is this little clause that allows for a retroactive start upon exceptional, duly justified reasons. Can you maybe put some words in terms of what is a valid and duly justified reason, and if you've seen projects with a retroactive start?
Well, the rule is normally the relevant costs are computed based on the costs incurred after the signing of the grant. Now, in some circumstances, we can accept for costs incurred after the first month after the submission. And actually, we had a case in this last call where actually someone asked the help desk, can I actually submit, let's say, on the 1st of February instead of mid-April? And actually they did, but the full application was submitted. And we agreed that the computation of the loan cost could start from the first day of the month following the application. But it's a risk. Your application must be ready by that time, completely. And if it's not, you may lose.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I also have a couple of questions for you, and I think one of the biggest change that we saw on the call was in the replicability section on the DNL-HS criteria, and we wanted to understand a bit better what is behind the motivation for that, because previously when we spoke with clients, we always said if you, replicability is a category you can't really lose on if you do a proper job and have a proper plan. But are the changes intended also to have a bit wider range in the evaluation, or what is the prior motivation behind that change?
Well, I can quickly respond that. I think already mentioned during my presentation. So the main motivation of having the NSH criteria is that we are mandated to do so. So under the ETS directive, it's clearly stated that after 2025, any project that is, or any funding used from the Innovation Fund must be evaluated based on the DNSH criteria, and it has to be complied with. How we have replicated that in our calls, we have tried honestly to keep it as simple as possible for the applicants, but I mean, still, it is something that has to be complied with. In the NCT calls, as I said, it's mostly the bulk into the replicability criteria. In the auctions, it's rather something that has to be explained and evaluated on a pass-fail basis under technical maturity. And as I explained, what we did is in the annex, there's a dedicated annex explaining for each of the calls how the NSH criteria should be approached by the applicants. In any case, you have to identify your economic activity or activities, go to the TSCs on the climate regulation, look for your activities, see if there is actually a technical screening criteria for you. In case you have them, check what you have to prove. In case you don't have them, you don't have to explain anything. And again, at the moment of the application, it translates only in an explanation in the application form B. So you have a whole section for the NSH in which you will have to explain how your project intends to comply with the NSH criteria. The actual report of compliance is only requested at the end of the implementation.
Can I just maybe follow up on that? Because again, my hearing as an applicant is very peculiar maybe. But I heard from the presentation that it takes a lot to convince Christophe, we are more than 3 out of 5 on financial maturity. But here it sounds like as long as the technical screening is done properly, all applicants have a chance at getting a top score in replicability?
No, I would say. So this is just one of the elements within the replicability. It's of course, it will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. And it will be evaluated the specific aspect of the NSH of how credible the explanation is. So first you will have to explain, well, what technical screening criteria apply to you. As I said, you have to identify it. You have to tell us, I have identified them. These are the ones, these are the things that I have to comply with based on these activities. And this is what I intend to do in order to comply with the NSH. How credible it is, then it will result in a different outcome. But it's just one of the elements within replicability. Yeah. Please.
Mm-hmm. Then one further question. I think right now after a couple of rounds in the Innovation Fund, there's a learning curve with applicants, and you have, so to say, a couple of them that drop out on eligibility, but then you also have a lot of very experienced resubmissions resulting in a cluster around the threshold of like very, very good projects that are probably very difficult to differentiate in the evaluation. And at the same time, you have in the evaluation criteria, so to say, 60 to 70% of the work buried in the maturity criterion, I would say, from applicant's perspective. And then, on the other hand, replicability or cost efficiency is more about compliance or actual calculating numbers. And maybe the question is, looking forward, is there, I mean, do you think the evaluation criteria will substantially change in the future to make the fields better to differentiate, or will this stay with us with minor adaptations until the end of the period?
So the 5 award criteria that we have are defined already in the ETS directive and the delegated act for ruling how we work as an innovation fund. So the 5 of them will stay as a whole. How we define within those 5 the sub-elements of it, and in principle we will try to keep as much stability as possible because this is an already well-known instrument. But of course, as you are seeing, each year we try to adapt. I would say do not expect big changes in the award criteria. Maybe in the bonus points, as we've done already this year, we adapt to different priorities. But the whole logic behind each of the elements, they will in principle stay. But nothing defined at this moment, I would say.
Mm-hmm. All right, then let's maybe focus a bit more on the financial maturity criterion. So during your presentation, you said that 32% of projects actually fail on this. So that is known in the funding world as the killer criterion. And you talked a bit about the profitability indicators. You showed us that there were projects that were getting still very high scores, even though their IRR was at minus 35%. Yeah, when we look at the, from an evaluator perspective, when they look at those profitability indicators. As long as if a project is unprofitable, but it's backed by a letter from a C-level that would say, I understand these are the poor profitability prospect of my project, is that sufficient to convince an evaluator?
Let's say that the experts, assess the financial maturity, as I said, using all the criteria. So, well, the first thing they look at is the business model, the business plan. And they first look, is it credible, is it sound enough? Then they go to the financing plan, they look at the project profitability, they look at the risk assessment. Then they look at the vulnerability of the project, and in this case, if the profitability is extremely low, assuming the rest makes sense, and it's a big if. Then they look at the letters, and if we have the right letter with the right content from the right level, then it may go through.
Mm-hmm.
But all these conditions need to be met. As I said in my presentation, files fail mainly both on either on business plan or financing plan. Some of them fail on both, unfortunately. So it happens. That we have projects with a very low profitability, and then when the experts look at the financing plan, doesn't really make sense, and if the letter is not strong, it will not fly, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. And if we look at the past series of funded projects with a lot of CCS projects in there as well, and regarding the upstream and downstream value chain, there's always some missing links in place. There's not many hubs in place, storage sites. There's a big storage gap, and who knows what goes online first. So, but we, on the other hand, we see capture projects that receive grant award. So, can you maybe just put a couple of words or tips and tricks what it takes in this field of uncertainty from an applicant perspective to bring the right items forward when you talk about the upstream and downstream value chain that is not yet existent, but so to say in the build-up?
Just a clarification here. So do you refer to how to define the boundaries of your project, or how to justify for the implementation plan those aspects that you're dependent on?
Exactly, how to justify the implementation, also to bring solidity to the consortium, knowing that part of the upstream value stream is still under development.
Maybe I leave it to CINEA.
We have several situations like that. I think maybe the project that were successful, they were also able to explain in the risk management. All these possible uncertainties related to these upstream and downstream situations. And then they need to in the risk management, they need to explain clearly which are the dependencies on other projects or other initiatives. And if the risk materializes, also to have possible backup solutions, mitigation measures, and so on. This is, if you read in the cool text, is also, I don't remember if under financial maturity, operational maturity, it's written clearly that the experts will assess also the dependency on other projects, and so they will assess this. They will assess on this basis.
Mm-hmm. I think in the NCT call is rather on the operational maturity. For example, in the auctions, this is evaluated on the technical maturity. And again, this year we are particularly explicit on this dependency due to the dropouts of projects that we've seen. So, if the experts see that this project is highly dependent, or the success of this project is highly dependent on energy supply, storage facilities being in place, connections being in place, then they will search into the proposal and see how this is justified as part of the risk and mitigation measures, and this will need to be clearly explained in order to convince, as always, to the experts.
And then maybe one follow-up question on this, on the pricing and cost assumptions, especially on the CDR markets, on green premiums, but also on energy prices. I mean, it's pretty hard to forecast the future. But what are, so to say, or what is your advice on strategies to deal with this uncertainty, being not too vague, but also scoring well on maturity, and especially for Christoph in the financial section?
Well, as we say, I think in the core text or somewhere, it boils down to the question of how realistic the assumptions are. I mean, the more evidence, the more information is provided in the application, the better. We sometimes get the question, I mean, can we provide some form of internal survey? Well, yes, but it's not ideal. I mean, if you can actually add to your application, I mean, external, I mean, market research or some background information, for example, on power prices, and coming from this survey, this other survey made by someone else than yourself, of course, because the experts will always try to assess the assumptions and how realistic they are compared to the information they have, and the information which is in the marketplace. I mean, if someone comes with, let's say, an assumption that the CO2 prices next year will be at 300 euro, and then go up for 20 years, starting from 300, then experts will be extremely skeptical, I would say. Same if someone uses power price here in Norway of 10 euro per kilowatt hour, they will be also extremely skeptical compared to what we see in the market. I mean, even with the subsidies you have in place.
If I may add one thing, because we receive a lot of questions about this, is if our support is indexed to inflation and is related to this, and it is not indexed. And well, the risk of inflation has to be internalized, of course, as part of the proposal.
But I think what you said is also very interesting in the sense that there is now this Annex 3 that specify the CINEA wish list in terms of what a letter from offtake, a letter from shareholders should include. But often for a lot of projects, it's extremely difficult to have an off-taker already sign in volumes, in prices, and so on, and bring all of those details. So again, maybe my hearing is really bad, but I also heard that as long as there is some research and external data that comes to also support the assumptions that are used, this would also be looked at positively in the evaluation.
Well, again, I mean, it depends on when's financial close. I mean, depending on the timeline, we don't expect, I mean, have a full-fledged contract, I mean, developed and set up. I mean, the more letters we have, heads of terms, letter of intent, depending also on the market. I mean, we know in the commodity markets, you don't have, I mean, unless an exception, I mean, an offtake for 10 years, 15 years already now. Same with power prices. I mean, we don't expect to have a full-fledged PPA in the application when the entry into operation is in 4 or 5 years. I mean, it would be suicide. I mean, I come from the power sector, I know it.
But what would it look like then if I have a project that is maybe 2-3 years away to financial close? This project I expect will be funded mostly through debt. What would a bank give me that would convince you I have my financing strategy as a credible partner?
As I said, and as I discussed during the pause with someone, it all depends on the assumptions which are used in the financing plan. If they are in line with what the market accepts, with what banks, what we know, what the experts know banks accept, then there is no reason why, even if financial close is 2-3 years away, well, hopefully the market will still remain the same. We don't know what they don't know. But if it's really different, as I said, if we have an average DSCR of 1.05 for a non-recourse financing without any other form of cash flow generation, if there is nothing to support it, well, of course, the experts will be extremely skeptical about how realistic the financing plan is.
Yeah, I have some more questions on that. Not from a debt, but also because a lot of projects that approach the Innovation Fund, I think ideally the ambition is that a project can get EU Innovation Fund, they get their private financing, and they're ready to go. The reality is that they often expect that this will be one source of public funding that could be combined with something else. The issue is that maybe not all sources of public funding that are needed for the projects are yet launched. Some countries expect national schemes on CCS, for instance. A lot of projects take that as part of their financing strategy, but sometimes that public funding at national level is still in discussion, not yet implemented, not applied for yet. What would be your advice on how should a project deal with that?
It's one of the few slides which are extremely complicated when we drive the experts for the evaluation. It all depends on some parameters. The first one is the impact of this additional public funding on the project return. It's the impact of this additional public funding on the financing sources. Do we talk about 3-5% or do we talk about 80%? How high? I mean, what's the magnitude? Then the other parameter to take into account is where are we in terms of stage of approval of this additional scheme at a national or regional level? Is it just an idea? Or is it already developed? And is there already some form of regulation in place? Has it been approved at government level or not? Because, I mean, one country, of course, is not the other. We may have countries with failing governments. I will not talk about any specific one, but things change, governments change, so the orientation may change also. So the last point, I mean, experts will look at is there any backup plan in terms of financing behind if this additional funding source does not materialize? And what's the impact potentially on the project return? It's not a simple answer, but it's not a simple question either, because there are many factors influencing the impact of this additional funding on the project.
So, one follow-up question on this. So, I mean, as you execute the project and maybe some of the risk trigger and cost are higher than expected, and then national state aid might be one lever to kick in to keep the IRR stable and the project stable. That is, so to say, at least from the Commission perspective, legitimate. The state aid side is a different discussion that is to be discussed at national level.
Yes, and it's not because, I mean, we'll not talk about specific cases, I mean, in a country nearby, but I mean, it's not because you have the green light from the government for a specific grant that it will actually materialize. Mm. Because as I said, governments change, budget constraints change over time. It's not because there is a green light for a certain amount that if it depends on the annual budget of the country, it will be disbursed. We know it, the experts know it, so they all have to take that into account also. If the project return change, I mean, certainly when a project is ongoing with us, what we'll see is how the project cope with the potential change on the EU funding. But I mean, the grant agreement is signed, we have to go on with the project as it is.
Mm. You speak a lot about the experts. Who are they?
What do you mean? Who are they?
the experts, if I may. So as Javier, so we are looking for experts always. So if you're interested, of course, if you don't apply for a proposal. And so experts are. So first of all, practically, we ask them to register in this database. So they can register in the database, and then we will us in CINEA we have access to the database, and we check the experts that they are available, of course, and they match with the technical expertise or the financial expertise or greenhouse gas that match the proposal that we receive. So we go in the database, we check for them, we try to match them as much as possible. And then we check if they are interested, or if they are available to work with us. And then we have kind of, for each proposal, for the net zero technology call, we have a mix of technical, financial, and greenhouse gas experts.
Yes,
For the auction, we evaluate internally.
Yeah.
Well,
So you
they-
are the expert.
We are the
They are
experts.
the experts.
And of course, they need to demonstrate in the CV, in the system, that they have the technical expertise or the financial expertise or the experience, the industrial experience, in order to assess our projects.
One thing, if I may add, is also conflict of interest, of course.
Yes,
Our
of course.
CINEA colleagues take that very importantly for each of the experts, and they will manage all the panels and build those panels based on lack of conflict of interest with the proposals that are evaluated.
But that also means that when I submit an application, I have a guarantee that I have on the other side of the table people that know my industry, who know CDR price level, energy price levels in Norway, or have at least an understanding that they are not discovering battery production, CCS value chain, or...
Yes, totally.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
With 5 minutes left, right? 8
No,
minutes
8
left.
minutes.
No,
Okay.
Sandra, we always try to do it. I mean, that's one question we ask to the experts. We select, certainly for the financial experts, we try to understand what's the knowledge of the different sectors, and we allocate them to the panels depending on their knowledge of the sectors.
And also for the technical, I mean, if there is a panel on CCS, we put this panel on experts on CCS,
Yeah.
not on hydrogen. So we need to really to match the expertise of the experts to the topic.
And for the auctions, which are evaluated by the CINEA colleagues, they are experts in both hydrogen, industrial heat, and so on. So definitely guaranteed.
Mm.
I have 2 questions on the budget, and the first one is we started with 10 billion euro, then there was 40 billion euro, and then we also know from from the data that not all of the money that was planned to be dispersed is really dispersed. Some projects along the line decided not to go ahead. But so the question is, I mean, why not oversubscribe from your perspective the number of projects that you actually grant, knowing not all of them will make it? And what is the final budget indication for the Innovation Fund call period that where we will be at the end?
It's a good question. So we always say that the Innovation Fund, as I presented, had a budget of 40 billion euro, approx. That uses a cost of per ton of CO2 in the emission trading system of 75 euro per ton. We know that varies a lot. Now, I think we are now around 80, we want to 100, we want below to 60 recently, so it varies. But the 75 euro of average, we consider still valid, so we're still speaking of 40 billion euro in total. How we define each year's budget of each of the calls? Well, we try to, of course, to divide that estimated budget. We discuss internally, and every year we defined how much budget goes into each of the calls, depending on first on the oversubscription that we have appreciated in previous years, and then also on policy priorities, of course. And what happens with the budget of projects that terminate, projects that do not continue, projects that do not sign the grant agreement? It just comes back to the Innovation Fund. So, well, first, if they do not sign the grant agreement after being invited, that budget is used to call new projects from the reserve list. After each of the evaluations, there's always a reserve list of projects. So far, we have always been oversubscribed, and new projects are called and given that chance. If the process of signing the grant agreement preparation is already closed and projects terminate, we receive the budget and we use it for the next year. But it's not defined that the budget from one year will be exactly used for the next one. No? We decide on a yearly basis.
And then there was a flexibility clause every year, and I think a number of people were pretty surprised that everything, or not everything, but a lot of it went to the mid-size window. What was the motivation for that decision?
Which window, sorry?
The medium scale.
The medium scale.
Yes, the medium scale window.
It depends basically on the number of projects that we discuss internally, of course, together with our colleagues in CINEA. We say how much of that flexibility budget we can use, and we try to direct it to that place in which the reserve list seems to be larger, where we see that better projects are actually positioned in the reserve list and can actually be supported. So it's an internal discussion of where it makes more sense to use that 20% flexibility that we don't have to use, but that so far we have always used because, of course, there are many projects oversubscribed.
You talked a bit about the political priorities, and that's a question we get a lot. Is there like the year of CCS, the year of ESAF, the year of batteries? So is there such a thing? And if so, what is the IF25 called the year of?
Industrial decarbonization, as you can see. So yeah, it looks like every year there's a big thing happening, but it's not us doing it, it's the market setting that priority is. Yeah, 3 years ago it was the big hydrogen year, and we responded with organizing an auction, not only to support the development, but also to support the creation of a market, to give transparency on the price, to help applicants know what is the price of hydrogen. Also batteries, there was a big year last year because, well, it is when it was assessed this risk of over-dependency from battery manufacturing from the Chinese developers, for example. Also, no? So we saw that actually the European industry needed special support on that section, so we had a dedicated call on that. And industrial decarbonization is becoming a big subject also as a way of supporting industrial competitiveness in Europe via sustainability. And I mean, I think I don't need to explain the geopolitical situation of the world today, but this is a key aspect this year, and that's why we have first a heat decarbonization auction, but which must be understood in the wider context of the European Decarbonization Investment Bank, the Industrial Decarbonization Bank that we are developing also within the Innovation Fund, and the Clean Industrial Deal policy direction that was adopted last year. So if you ask me what is the sector that now has a priority, industrial decarbonization, very clearly.
I've taken note, thank you.
But it's changes, I mean, as you can.
We get 3 more minutes. Should we take one question on heat auction and one on hydrogen, or?
I mean, I'm
Sure.
thinking.
We'll start with the audience.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think they have priority. They've been kindly listening for a long time. So, is there anyone in the audience that has a question, big or small, to CINEA and DG Clima? Yes.
Yeah, my name is Björn Brandtzæg. I have a question about kind of maturity and how to think about applying as an applicant. Because, of course, the closer you are to financial close, it seems the more likely it is that you are getting the funds because you have a more mature project, basically. But at the same time, of course, you would like to have certainty a bit earlier because your banks, your equity investors, etc., they would like to see that you actually have the money from the EU in order to basically also fund the commit. And trying to balance that out is quite difficult for applicants. How would you advise? Is it better to apply and be rejected a few times and then finally get the award a third time around? Or is it better to just hold on until you basically have something that is super mature and then, but with the risk that you are effectively, it's going to be really hard to implement the project because you basically are running so tight on the timelines.
Oh, the audience is tougher than us.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I mean, based on my experience, and I will not give the name of the project, but there was one very big one which applied several times, was not selected, and then eventually got selected. But it was a very complex project, and the sooner, I mean, they were getting nearer and nearer in the financial close and could provide even more, I would say, documentation and evidence to the experts, which actually in the end the experts said, okay, yeah, that's, I mean, it will go ahead. So, I mean, the more you apply, of course, the more it costs, but I mean, the more you gain as experience also on how best to refine your application.
And also it's indication from experts.
Yes, and
On
also
which are
you
the
get
issues.
the executive summary reports where I mean,
Feedback,
you get, of course, the feedback, which allows you to improve and see, okay, where the issues are had in the previous application. Otherwise, you wait, then you shoot. But we still have 4 years to go. I mean, unless, I mean, we'll see with the next multi-year program, but we still have until 29.
If I may, I would say that it's always good to try. We know it's costly, But I think, as my colleagues were saying, there's always a learning curve within. We've seen many projects applying, being rejected the first time, being selected in following times. One of the benefits you can get from applying is that you have an easiest access to the PDAs, to the Project Development Assistance. So is this service that we provide via the European Investment Bank, in which if you applied and you were rejected, they can actually facilitate and help you, and you can be selected as to have support to improve your financial plan, to business plan, and so on. We're now developing the open PDA, so not to have it limited to projects that have already applied to the Innovation Fund, but still those that applied into the Innovation Fund are regarded, more in detailed, and of course have easier access to the PDA.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Jan Erik Hansen from Montec in Brussels. I'm still Norwegian after 25 years in the Brussels environment. And since both my consultant fellows and the colleagues in the audience are so good at asking really tough guy questions, I decided to pick a very gentle one, but it still may have some general interest. The question is about the China sourcing requirements. In particular with respect to pilot projects. Fact being, European supply chains are not always developed at this stage. Projects that might move into being a full European value chain. I'm talking photovoltaics, I'm talking wind power. Those projects, if they are early stage pilots, they might not be doable today with a full European value chain, supply chain. We noticed in the last call, or couple of calls, that there were quite tough restrictions on sourcing from China. Why is this now apparently less highlighted? If it is.
Yeah, I think it's not less highlighted than in previous years, indeed. The strategy, all projects still have to demonstrate how they contribute to the European industrial competitiveness and development, as I was showing. The criteria is very explicit, for example, in the hydrogen auction, because there is a very explicit technology, which is electrolyzer, in which we can fully follow the Net Zero Industry Act. For the rest of the call, for the NCT call, yes, it is defined. We can, since there are so many technologies, we cannot establish explicit limitations, and because for each of the technologies we would have to address and justify why there is this risk of over-dependency. We still believe in the open market and open competition. So what we are asking projects is to demonstrate and to explain to us how you contribute actually to the industrial development of Europe, what you're doing to engage with research centers in Europe, how your supply chains are organized. Are your supply chains within Europe? Are you contributing to the development also of jobs within Europe? So there are different elements that are not explicitly defined in the calls, but for which the project needs to elaborate. And the whole picture of it is a project that can demonstrate that it has a strong base in Europe, will be better position will receive better points than that has, for example, supply chains dependent on externality or external third countries. But we leave it open because of the complexity of the NCT call. Last year, for the battery call, for example, we were able to be more explicit. And for the auction, as I said, because the technology is very well defined.
Yeah.
Ulrik Lettenborg, Edge Navigation. We're working on zero emissions maritime solutions. Could you elaborate a little more on the restrictions there may be on sourcing, given that there's not many shipyards in Europe anymore? And then the second thing was, in the maritime industry, you usually only achieve economy of scale beyond 5 units. And how does the EU Innovation Fund stand on supporting 5 units rather than a single unit?
On the maritime one, please, senior colleagues, correct me. So first, if your project is building a vessel, as we mentioned during the presentation, as any other project of the Innovation Fund, the building must happen in the EU. If your project is retrofitting a vessel, let's say you're installing a new propulsion technology within a vessel that is already existing, that vessel has to be produced within the EU as well. So you have to demonstrate that it has been produced within it. If you're using vessels in your project, you have to demonstrate. Here's what I'm losing. So, for example, if you are using vessels that are maintaining wind farms, I think the criteria is that that vessel has to be procured also from the EU. But this is something that I will need to double check because I'm doubting. We have been discussing this several times, and I don't know where we stand at this moment. I don't know if you guys know better.
I'm not sure. I don't think so, but
let me check on the text, and I will respond to you because we've changed the criteria from last year to this one, and I will need to double check that one.
I think we have one more question from the audience.
Yes,
right?
but just before, I'm not sure you got an answer on the number of units. Like, because that's a fair question. If I need to, it makes sense to fund the fleet. Is the EU Innovation Fund looking at then one vessel to demonstrate it works, or can an applicant go with a full fleet and argue why this is a relevant scale of the project?
For that, I honestly don't have an answer on that. I think you have to demonstrate. You can demonstrate at a fleet level, but that I don't know if CINEA colleagues see that differently during evaluation.
I mean, it's difficult to reply, but I mean, it's. I think you need to. Okay, there is one ship, and probably you work on one ship. But I mean, if you replicate exactly the same thing for 5 within the boundaries of the project, I guess I mean it's becoming a little bit too much also in terms of budget. So
the challenge in reality is that if you are not ordering, let's just say 5 ships. You don't get the right price. You don't get very many shipyards that are interested, and you get a price that's probably 40 to 50% higher than it is when you do 5.
Yeah, but maybe you can use Innovation Fund for one ship that you use a kind of model, let's say, and then you see other funds for the other 4. I don't know.
But part of the Innovation Fund is to scale up and repeatability. Right? Don't do that one ship.
Yeah. We had pilots with only 1 ship or 2 ships, I think.
I think so. Yeah. But also in other sectors. And also if they develop a new wind farm, innovative 20 megawatts, I mean, most probably we would like to see a project focusing on 1 turbine, not on 10 turbines, because then it's. I think it is also considered. There is some mentioning on this aspect in the call text. So it's not only for maritime; it's in general.
I think there's a couple more questions.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Victoria Angeli, and I have a very quick question. So we saw in the evaluation process that after pre-selection of the project, you are discussing with the member states. So I assume it's implicating the Commission decision on the selected projects. And I wanted to ask, what is the role of the member states besides this in the decision-making process, if they have a role, and if there is any best practice for the applicants to engage member states already in the proposal development? Thank you.
Yeah. So every year we of course we're in constant contact with the NCPs, but particularly we have one event in the summer in which we present the results and the lessons learned from previous calls, in which we are open for discussion with all the national contact points of the Innovation Fund, and in which we get, of course, feedback on what needs to be improved or not. So we use that as a basis for the development of the next calls. The details of the development of the calls stays within the Innovation Fund and within the European Commission, but of course we always interact with the NCPs on what the priorities are, what are they saying, and of course we use the NCPs as the main source of information together with CINEA, because they are the contact point with the developers. So in each of the countries and through our portfolio of projects. So yes, engage with your national contact point, and yes, we interact with them, even if we do not show the call text design during the preparation, because that's confidential for us. Another way that is also important to consider is that we have these grants as a service and auctions as a service scheme, through which member states can allocate additional funding our calls. No? In case that basically we are aware that we are always oversubscribed, as I explained, and member states can allocate their own national resources to support projects that were not able to be supported under the Innovation Fund. So in the NCT call, for example, they can use this grants as a service scheme in order to use the evaluation of the Innovation Fund. They don't need to evaluate anything. They will use evaluation of the Innovation Fund either to top up above that 60% or 60% of relevant cost, or they can support projects that were not selected by us and just support the 60%. And the member state just accepts the evaluation outcome from CINEA, so they don't have to do nothing else than just putting the money and then managing and monitoring the project. The same with the auction. Projects that are not selected under the auction can benefit from national windows that may be allocated. This year we have under the hydrogen auction Germany and Spain, the heat auction only Spain, in which they're putting additional money. If any project is not selected by us, we transfer the proposal to them and they can award them. So as a developer, you can always engage with your government in order to suggest the use of national funding for these as a service schemes.
Thank you. Last question?
Very, very quick one. Thank you. I'll try to be quick. My name is Christine Lunde Tellefsen of Fuglestad. Sorry, I work for Morrow Batteries. You say last year was the year of battery, but mainly for the EV sector. And now we see the battery booster facility in the making, also given to the EU Innovation Fund for the upscaling phase before you go to the EU Innovation Fund. So my question is, what kind of expectations do you have between the relationship of battery booster facility and the EU Innovation Fund, and what lessons learned will you draw from the limitations put on the last battery call? Will also be more inclusive to not necessarily just EV producers, to secure, of course, European ownership and supply.
So, well, first on the general comment on the policy priorities of each of the years, I was very fast saying, no, this year is the industrial decarbonization year, but it is true. We have also the battery booster announcement facility. We also have the sustainable transport investment plan, which is given the priority also to the mobility sector. So, as I said, this changes a lot from year to year and so on. But specifically on the battery call. Last year, we had a battery call. We selected 6 projects, out of which 5 signed a grant agreement with us. And after that experience, we realized that it was undersubscribed. This is the only call that was undersubscribed, and in which we think, well, maybe this is not the best instrument to support the battery manufacturers. So after engaging with all the developers and understanding what is the main instrument that they're looking for, then what we saw is that they're looking more for, they're not actually looking for grant, but actually maybe more interested in debt, and in debt or even in equity support. So what we are developing, as it was announced very recently, is this new facility, the battery booster facility, which will be funded by the Innovation Fund. So it's fully related with us. Believe me, I know we're working on it. But we're still defining what it would imply. So we know it will have a 1.5 billion euro in funding, plus 300 million euro that was also announced as part of the same announcement that will be implemented in a different manner for CRNs, for critical raw materials. But the battery booster facility will have 1.5 billion. In principle, it was announced that it will be in the form of an interest-free loan. We're still defining how that would look like. Still work in progress. In parallel, please remember that besides the last year call, besides this battery booster that we're developing also, we also have a small initiative, but 200 million initiative on a top-up guarantee on InvestEU. So this was launched last year, and what we are doing is, since we realize that it's not only grants that is necessary by the sector, we also put into place this top-up guarantee that facilitates venture debt for projects that are developing battery. And in this case, it goes wider than EV. So sorry, going back to your first question. So last year it was limited to EV, battery manufacturing. The rest of technologies were always eligible under the NCT call. So it's not that they were not eligible, they didn't have a dedicated call. And in parallel, we have this top-up guarantee under InvestEU, for which we were supporting the whole value chain of the battery production, except for mining. That's the only thing. And battery booster facility, work in progress.
Thank you, Javier. I think we have not been too kind with you before lunch, so I think we will close it to that. And thanks a lot
Thank
for
you so
answering
much.
the questions.
Before we go to lunch, we would just really like to thank you for traveling all this way, Christophe, Javier. Welcome back. So I hope you've all had a chance to refuel, recharge, and maybe even talk a little bit at lunch. And that's great. That's exactly what we're looking for. The next session, we'll wait till everybody gets seated. I'm glad to hear you guys are having a nice time talking to each other. That's exactly what we want, so it's not a problem at all. The next session here has to do with our Norwegian projects. And as you guys heard previously, we've had 20 Norwegian projects that have been successful in getting funded from the Innovation Fund. And one of these companies has even done it twice. So we're happy to welcome 3 of the companies here today. We're going to hear from Highstar, Arbian Industries, and Norwegian Hydrogen. So first, ja. Litt teknisk utfordring med presentasjoner. Ok. Vi venter litt. Men da kan jeg si veldig mye om deg, Jan Håvard.
Ja, det er hyggelig.
Du er Jan... Hæ? Oh yeah, sorry. I started talking to you. Okay, so we have a little bit of extra time with some technical difficulties, so I'm going to tell you guys all about Jan Håvard Aas Møller. He is from Arbian Industries. He's a CFO of a company that was previously known as WOW Green Metals. And you played an important part in 2 of the successful project proposals to the Innovation Fund. So I'm very excited to hear what you have to say. And now your presentation should be coming any second. Thank you. Let's give him a warm applause.
Great. Arbian Industries used to be a company called WOW Green Metals, not that long ago, which was spun out of WOW ASA, industrial company, working a lot with pyrolysis, that really wanted to try to do something with one of their projects, thereby listing it on the Euronext Growth. So after a lot of work, we reached kind of the level of maturity you need to venture into the process that we fortunately came successfully out of. This is just an overview of some of our partners into the project, which is, I would think, some of the key factors here for our success, that we have strong partners both on the technical side, on the financial side, and also from municipalities, construction companies, and then of course also the Innovation Fund itself. So having worked this for quite some time now, we were really happy to get this, which will be a trigger for our continuous progress. So just quite briefly on the biocarbon opportunity before I come to the project itself. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to go from woody biomass to a reduction agent for the silicon industry. Down to your left, you see that this is a critical raw material in the EU. So this project, of course, fits very well, although we feel like kind of an outlier, not being hydrogen or batteries. We're sort of not the flavor of the day, but still it is, in our opinion, a great proposal. Down to the right, you see sort of the financial incentives with it, which really triggers an economist like myself. So there's a lot of demand for this kind of product in both the world and Europe and Norway. This, as a father of 3, really triggers me as well. This is the potential reduction from the projects or the portfolio projects we're going to have. The comparison here is not sort of to out someone, it's just to show the efficiency of this kind of project. Now, going into Viken. Viken Park is an industrial park, greenfield in Fredrikstad, really well situated for production like we are going to do shortly there. Our target is to produce 30,000 tons of biocarbon for the silicon industry. Viken Park has, of course, had some challenges, but we are confident that we will overcome that, and we will be moving forward quite quickly. This is basically what we're going to do. What's interesting here is, in addition to the biocarbon, which I just mentioned, we also have a bio-oil, very energy dense, which has a lot of uses, and also surplus energy that can go to participating industries, and a biogenic CO2, where we have an off-taker, as we showed on the previous slide. Viken's location, Fredrikstad, for those who don't know, it's in the southeast of Norway, well situated both with regards to sea access and vicinity to our potential customers. So this is basically sort of the highlights of the biocarbon factory. So taking sawmill residues, so fully RED III compliant woody biomass, through a reactor, then getting out the end products. So this is a lean operation that will also be fairly early on financially sustainable, meaning that it will provide revenues and returns for financial investors within the span they expect to see, which is quite a big hurdle to overcome when you do work in sustainable companies. This is basically why it's tough to get equity investors, is for them to see the road to profitability. To do this, we're going to use really quite new, of course, innovative technologies, although pyrolysis has been around for quite some time. As you see, our main provider, CHE, which is a subsidiary of our old owner, Wow, has sized up a reactor. This is going to be tested on our first site, which will start up this year. And there I see I'm already out of time. So I hope you will support me with some questions later on. But I didn't get to cover all of it, but hopefully you got sort of some insight in what we're going to do.
It's definitely a really cool project. I remember when you guys received funding. You'll be back on the stage in a second, so people can ask you questions. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. Now we will have a short presentation from Bente Trås, who is the Chief Operating Officer in HyStar. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Okay, hi, thank you. So this is HyStar, and this is what we do. We have the world's most efficient PEM electrolyzer, and that is our innovation. So in Innovation Fund, this is our core product. What you see here is our electrolyzer stack. This is produced then in our innovation center at Høvik, just 15 minutes outside Oslo, on then our patented technology. So our electrolyzer is 150 to 200%. You get more hydrogen out than a conventional electrolyzer. We are, as I said, we are located here by the fjord. We have a headquarters at number 1 there, and then we are building and setting up our electrolyzer factory, highly fully automated, and this is what is supported by EU Innovation Fund. And currently we are in number 2, that is where we have our R&D lab and our manual production. We have applied 2 times. The first call we applied for was in the Innovation Fund 22, under the manufacturing call then. We then failed on, you can guess it maybe, financial maturity only. But we did get project development assistance from European Investment Bank, which was quite useful, and then we were successful in the next round. We have signed grant agreement, and we have delivered the deliverables for financial close, so we're under evaluation there. And then we will go entry into operation in 2027. The scope of what we're delivering is this factory then. But that is what CINEA and EU cares about, is that you actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So what we have said that we will do is radically raise the PEM electrolyzer capacity and facilitate production of 10 megatons of green hydrogen by 2030. We will then set up also, important for us, the Industry 5.0 factory, which is also a bit innovative, but the great innovation is in the product. That is important. And then we are measured by the stacks, the kind of small stacks you saw at the first picture. That is what we're measured on. So we can sell our stack to customers, the stack, and we can also sell large containers where the stack is implemented. But what EU Innovation Fund and this project is about is the stack and when that leaves our factory. And here we are. The capacity will then initially be 1.5 gigawatts per year, and then we will ramp up to 4.5. But if you paid attention, according to Innovation Fund, you can't do any investments after entry into operation. So how we will scale up is by improving the uptime of the equipment and adding more shifts. So the initial years we will run one shift, and then we can scale up with more shifts and higher reliability, higher uptime of our equipment then. Yeah, and that's it. I don't see the time actually.
Just made this for you.
Okay. But I'm good. I'm good then. Maybe I can, if you guys have any questions. No? That's okay. Then I can leave it to the next.
It's very impressive because I have just been up there to find out. Thank you, Bente. Let's clap. Great. Now Heidi Toiskula. I tried to say her name. She said I sounded like a way too happy Finn. Heidi is the soft funding manager. You've been instrumental in securing funds from the Innovation Fund in 2 separate funding instruments from the Innovation Fund, so that's impressive. So we're looking forward to hear the tips that you have to give to the audience.
Thank you very much. Yes, maybe my presentation will be slightly different than what you've seen. So I'm looking at it from the grant engineering point of view, because that's my job, to look at projects on how we should use the soft funding instruments the best we can. Project is innovatively called Rjukan, which is the place in Norway where it's located. As said, it's the right location. There is a legacy of hydropower and hydrogen in there. And how this project sort of started for us is that we want to deliver green hydrogen for Europe's maritime sector. And then obviously someone would think, oh, well, then you should probably produce the hydrogen in a port. But we thought, so let's maximize the potential for our customers and put it somewhere in between where it's easy to access, I would say, 2 very important Norwegian ports, so port in Oslo and port in Bergen. And obviously it helps to choose a location where there is already knowledge on hydrogen, so you're not the dangerous, newcomer there. If we then look at how this project looks from the project engineering point of view, obviously when you produce green hydrogen, you need the grid capacity to do it. Then you have the hydrogen production. In our case, we wanted to produce liquid hydrogen, so we have to liquefy it. We have to also store the liquid hydrogen. It needs to be transported to our customers, and then it has to be bunkered to the vessels. So this is how our project managers and those who actually come with these ideas see it. When I looked at it, okay, let's look at the hydrogen production, because that's a rather costly part of the equation. What are the funding instruments that we could come up with? And then a lot of projects come with some legacy. We also had that. And then we looked at the production, and you can see that that's already divided to 2 different funding instruments. So one is a funding instrument from Norway, so national funding, and then one part of the capacity is supported by the hydrogen auction. Then if you look at the rest of the value chain, we obviously looked at it as an innovative part, because the basic electrolysis part was not that innovative from our perspective as a hydrogen producer. But then when it comes to liquefaction and the whole value chain towards the vessels, that made us choose the pilot project's call. And as said, we were very lucky, and probably we choose the right strategy in that funding, the selection of funding instruments. And even if now in this current call they have slightly adjusted the availability of combining grants, there is still sort of the similar option is still there. And based on at least what we've seen, it's actually quite desirable option to do it this way. Obviously, this also increased the risk, because if you are looking at, well, in general, if you're looking at soft funding, that's sort of your way to reduce the risk for the other funders a bit. But then if you divide that to three parts, you again increase that risk a bit, because you actually need to succeed with all three. So that is a risk that you need to take. Also, you need to understand that the timelines of these instruments are rather, well, different from each other. So you might need to take some additional risk on the way to get there. But this is one option, to use the grants, both the national grants and the European grants, to make your green projects happen. And Rjukan, I think, is a good example on how you can take the benefit of all the different instruments. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Now we'll be having a panel discussion. So we're going to invite Christian and Sarah back on the stage. And actually, the three of you, the three representatives from the Norwegian companies, can stand here. Yeah, and after we're done with this Q&A, we're going to actually be done with the day. So keep your attention up for the last little bit here.
Yes, thank you. And I promise we didn't bring any nasty questions like we did with the colleagues from CINEA. But first of all, before we start, really congratulations that you made it. I mean, this has been a long stretch. I just went through the emails this morning. I think we talked first in 22 or 23. Yeah, we did. And today you're here and have the grant agreement in your hands, and you're one of the projects that made it. So yeah, congratulations again, and we're looking forward to the next 30 minutes or so with some Q&A, and I think this is mainly oriented to learn from the experience in order to also pass that on to the others here in the room. So.
Yeah. And thanks a lot for the presentations. I think we've also asked a lot of questions this morning to CINEA in terms of when is a good time to apply. And I think that question is also best answered by those that have applied and gotten it. So maybe could you give us some details on when and why you chose to apply for the EU Innovation Fund and the hydrogen auction, and what made it a good time for you to apply?
Shall I go first?
You can go first, and then I can go.
Well, for us, I started in February 2024 with Arbion Industries. And I had experience with Innovation Fund on beforehand from a previous project I worked on. So it was firstly, it was an internal discussion to see the maturity of the concept as a whole. And I think that's it. That's something that's best done with sort of you have to have a strong team internally to sort of provide some answers, but you also have to have proper external parties coming in, making that assessment with you. Because it's really difficult, especially when it comes to renewables, to sort of be honest with yourself, because everything is a bit more mature than it maybe is. Everything is a bit more positive than it might be conceived as. So I think that to have a strong group to have that discussion with before you move forward. And it's also then sort of a go, no-go year on year. I think also the honesty to have maybe say that we should wait a year, even though funding is sort of really attractive sooner rather than later. But maybe we're having that patience, because it's a lot of work. We'll be probably broaching that as well, the workload that goes into an application.
So you waited to apply to feel the project was ready?
Yeah, or we applied that autumn, winter, but that was most that we were mature, or we felt we were mature enough. So we sort of reached that level of maturity, and we also brought in an external party to make that assessment with us. And I also just, since we're here, I want to commend Enova also for their part in that, because for a company which we were at that point, without Enova we wouldn't have moved forward at that time, and that would probably have meant that the window was closed for us.
And what about you, Heidi? So how did you decide? So was it that the rationale, we want to secure the bigger production before moving to the next? And what was because I think combining the auction with a pilot project next to it, that's also quite an interesting choice, also in the level of innovation and risk, as you said.
Yeah, obviously, for us probably, as sort of we provide green hydrogen for our customers, in my opinion, the big question is, when does the customer need it? And then you need to back engine everything to that date, so that when they actually need the product, you are able to provide it. And then that comes to all the different timelines of different grant instruments that you need to understand, like some have 5 years until entry into operation, some have something else, and then you need to sort of schedule all that. So I think it's sort of a matter of when you want to be ready with something, and then you need to look, you first look into the future, and then you track back when you actually should start. And I would always say that start earlier than later. Coming from the person who usually spends all their holidays fixing last-minute grant applications, my recommendation is to start early.
We've all been there.
Yes, so many people have lost their Easter holidays over the years.
I would have one follow-up question, because technically, I mean, in most subsidy instruments, the more subsidy you request, the higher is the penalty on the score, usually in one way or the other. But you managed to combine 3 different instruments, and you probably didn't go into each instrument and say we're also waiting on 2 other subsidies to kick in. So I suspect you split your project into different categories, and also, I mean, the state aid. So can you tell a bit more about the background on, did you have a strategy about it?
In principle, the project is modular. As sort of can be seen, even the hydrogen production is modular, because the electrolyzer producers provide certain modules, certain size of modules, so you can put them together the way you like. So that's a way to divide, because obviously all of these grant instruments, they have limitations on double funding. You're not allowed to sort of stack the grants however you like. So you need to be very sure that you can also show to the grant provider that, yes, I've used your money respectfully and I've used it correctly in a way. So in that way, it is modular. The whole liquefaction and bunkering part is also sort of an independent story, because it takes the hydrogen as an input and then it processes it into the liquid hydrogen and to the end product.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of timing, I hear you have to do it when you're ready, do it a bit early. You have told us you have been resubmitting the project. So what was the main difference between the first and the second round? And what would you advise to potentially applicants in the room that have just gotten a rejection in November?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. There might be some of you here. Yeah, first, the timing for us when we got the first rejection, because we also were like, we really meant that we needed the factory at that time, and it was one a year earlier, but then it has been a decline in the market. So then we thought, okay, then we will resubmit. And then I think it's kind of quite technical, this financial maturity as well. So we did work with consultants from European Investment Bank, and we got good support there and kind of made the story more likely So we didn't receive any new funding or anything, but we kind of built up the story so that they saw that it's likely that we will succeed. So I think, yeah, we worked on the project. It was the first time we did it. I didn't say that, but we're a quite small company. We're only 55 people now. So of course, it's kind of limited resources and who can really dig into the details of all the criteria for EU Innovation Fund.
So what do you feel really made the difference? Like getting those additional months, taking a more realistic look at the project, with the market changing?
Yeah.
What's
the more realistic approach, so that we worked quite a lot with the financial information file and our financial model and looking into kind of what are the volumes, what are we going to sell, so really looking into the business case for the next 5 to 10 years and then looking into what we need of funding then.
Yeah. And, and I mean, when you applied twice into multiple instruments, so and it's a lot of work. I mean, some of the work you do anyways to develop the project, but I mean, it takes a lot of resource and time, and potentially ruins the Easter breaks to go for the innovation fund. But what was there like a specific process or decision point when you said yes, we're going to invest this, or was it like a fluid decision where you like went on and submitted eventually, maybe to all three of you, if they differed?
We took it. It's like you say, it's quite a lot of work going into it. So I think you have to take a decision in one form or another. So we definitely took a decision and then we kind of went for it. And when you go for it, like we had some support from consultants as well and also from Enova. Like they said, you have to look, is it likely that you will get a grant? Of course, that's kind of what you do first. And then really start digging into all the details and work on the documents.
Yes, kind of the same experience. We did a fit for funding assessment in December.
Yeah.
Then you do sort of more or less a go, no go in January. I feel like if you start the process, you don't stop because when you look back, you've done so much work, it sort of doesn't make sense to stop. Of course, it ruins someone's Easter. Not mine, but my colleague Håkon was sitting all Easter working on this to get it completed. So there is some sacrifices to be made.
Yeah.
No, indeed, it's sort of a matter of deciding and then making it happen. It is a bit painful exercise for sure, but it's also a very good spur to mature your project because you actually need all those documents and much more when you're going to collect the rest of the money for the project. So it is very good exercise, I think, to do to make sure that your project is actually mature enough to go forward.
I think that's a really good point. All the positives that comes out of the process.
Yeah.
Could you maybe put a bit more words onto that? Because I think for the newcomers or the one that have received a negative answer, they usually feel we have thrown a lot of money, we've hired consultants, and then we get that our business plan is not credible. What on earth? So how, like, what other benefits is there in your view in putting the effort in complying with Part B and do no significant harm and defining your degree of innovation and so on and so forth?
Well, it's basically like failing an exam, right? You don't sit there after and think I've learned all these things. It's more or less you just focus on the failure. But I think what comes out of it is the basis for future processes. It's that much stronger. It connects the team because you have to have a joint effort to pull this application through. So I think it strengthens every project team to go through this process. So all those hours comes with a benefit, even though you might not secure the funding. And as your experience, that might come later.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. And else, yeah, like you say, the cross that you have to work together. Of course, you should do that anyway, but also you're forced to think 10 years ahead. I mean, we do that as well. We have like a 10-year plan, but you're forced to put like more actions on it. So it's really strengthen your business plan after all. And also the technical maturity, you're forced to structure it and kind of argue for it. So maybe you find some risks or some things you want to work on anyway. So it is, of course, a good learning.
Yeah, and it builds a really solid story towards both equity and debt providers as well, sort of beyond the grant arrangements.
Yeah.
Could I maybe ask, is there something that you wish you had known at the time you were applying that now you know, maybe also after working with CINEA and your project officer, that would have made you a bit wiser when you were applying?
That's a very good question. Yeah, I think it would have been good to know that it's not that scary as it feels when you start, because when you start and then you get, obviously, you most likely work with a very good consultant who helps you through the process, from the point of view that it's hundreds of pages of documentation that you need to deliver, and it's rather difficult if you are, a business that actually has to do business. So you need some help with that, and it looks a bit overwhelming and it looks scary. But also sort of if you would know in the beginning how much wiser and how much credible evidence of your project's excellence you actually have in the end of that process, I think that's the key. Like, you look at the application and the list and you're like, oh my God, this looks like impossible to do, and now I need to call this colleague and that colleague, and can they do it? And then we need to talk to banks, and we need to talk to the board, and we need to talk to technical experts and now technology providers, and they need to deliver everything. But actually, you need all those documents in order to make it happen. So it's just a very short timeline of collecting a huge dossier of information, and that feels scary. But if you would know how much more relaxed you feel after that, because now you know actually about your project much more, I think that would be great.
Yeah. I would say, I said we were more realistic in second round, but we see now, especially with the market decline, it would have been nice to be even more realistic. So really own the numbers in the model. I think that would be kind of an advice that I would take. And also it's very, for us, like such a small company, I think we're a bit depending on having some consultant help, but you should really, again, own it yourself, because now you have to deliver and you have to prove everything. It's kind of, after the application, that's when the really hard work starts, right? So I think I would have known that, yeah.
And looking back at the application process, is there one thing you would like to see change in the application process itself? Something that springs to mind?
Well, there's a lot of things. But, I wouldn't say anything in particular. I think it's mostly, it feels a bit bureaucratic. It is quite a heavy lift. That's also why you need to use consultants on this. I think doing this without consultants just leaves you with no chance of really coming through it successfully. Even though we have a strong team internally, I think that's sort of those guys who take you over the line and also can sort of weed out these things that might just disqualify you.
Yeah. Yeah, it does feel bureaucratic, but I kind of also get it from CINEA perspective. They have like one size that should fill a lot of different topics. So yeah, but it's some paperwork. Definitely.
Yeah, I think one of the key challenges is that the tools and the sort of the templates that you use are meant for various different kind of technologies, and they are meant for various different kind of projects, which obviously then sometimes feels a bit frustrating to try to fit your baby into that mold that doesn't really perfectly fit. So that's sometimes a bit frustrating, but then again, it would be rather complex to compare and evaluate these projects if there wouldn't be this kind of template. So I fully understand the reasoning behind them, but it's sometimes, you need to kill your baby a few times in that process to fit it into that format.
Yeah, maybe looking exposed application. I mean, when you work towards the submission, you are, we many times see that consortia are optimistic in their assumptions to win the grant. And then you actually get it, and there's day zero, and you need to execute. And then, looking back at the application, some things that you put in might look scary. Did you also experience that, or is there anything that you would retrospectively, so to say, have changed, or where you say today, "Ooh, this might be ambitious or too ambitious"?
Yeah, I think for our case, again, the market, I mean, how much we commercially will sell the market for green hydrogen has really changed. So we were, of course, optimistic, and then the market condition has changed. And it's kind of, we first, submitted our application in 23 and then in 24. And for 24, we did modifications, but not that much, right? We adjusted the numbers and so on. But then the world has changed a bit. So I think that is definitely, but on the technical side, we are good. So it's mostly the commercial side. I wish we had been even more realistic or conservative.
Yeah, almost the same experience. It's sort of, I think you're sort of optimistic by nature when you work with this. So that's sort of that. I think that feeds into your application as well. And the world just continuously changes, and there can be small, minor changes in your commercial input, or it can be sort of more geopolitical, which makes it difficult. So you always, I think you always sort of have that hindsight when you come and you receive the positive response and you start going back. But it's, I think, your point that you shouldn't be overly optimistic when you write the application. I think that whole rings true.
Yeah, indeed, and it's sort of, there's always going to be changes because you sort of apply with something and then you start the project a year after that, and then already probably in that year, okay, the market has done a lot of things. There might be sort of, maybe the technology providers that you thought are not in the business anymore or not in the price range or whatever. But this is, I think this is very normal in the project life. Like I've been involved in different kind of green projects my whole career, and it sort of happens. And these, I think, are pretty much negotiable things that you can amend. Obviously, the amendment process is another thing, which is a slightly bureaucratic thing to go through. But anyhow, I think these kind of changes that happen and you can't really predict are doable. It's much more difficult when, there comes a war or there comes a pandemic, which I've also been running projects in that time, and then it's sort of suddenly life is totally different than what it was. But the normal sort of how the markets go, and no one can, we would be rich if we would know how it goes. So we just need to take our best advised assumptions and go with that, and then CINEA is also, they want the projects to succeed, so I feel that it's always been a good constructive way to get through these changes.
We spoke earlier this morning on the documentation, so that you need to have letters from your off-takers, you need to have the board on board, you need to have the bank and so on. How did you go about this? How did you push to get all of those contractual terms in place? And what could you advise the applicants that are now wondering what they should ask from their investors and their banks and so on?
Well, I think the key advice is probably start early. In my opinion, it's a continuous exercise of selling your project to people who really don't care about your project. But that's true. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to make them believe that it's a good idea to put money on it. It's good idea to let it happen in a location that you've selected. So when you talk to your municipalities or whatever, the local population there, you talk to other grant instruments, and then it's your job to convince them that you're not trying to fraud them anyhow with using multiple instruments like we did, for example. So it's sort of you sell it once and once again during that process, and then what you come up with is that someone has said yes. A lot of people has said yes to your project, has said that, yeah, this is a good idea. And maybe the advice is that in that process, make sure that you have as much details in those documents as possible, because as we heard already today, the requirements get stricter every year. You need to have more and more firm sentences and more commitment before you apply. So that takes time. You can't just go to, I don't know, for example, a bank and say, hey, I need your signature today. They will not be able to do that. So just reserve some time, start early, have your facts straight, know what you're selling, and that will tell you also. If they say no, then maybe you have something to improve.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it earlier as well, Heidi, that this is things you're going to need for your project either way. So it triggers a lot of processes that you need to start anyhow. And also you can start sort of leveraging processes against one another. Often it's quite advantageous. You can take a bank and you can talk about equity and you can talk about your technical maturity. So all this sort of feeds into one another.
Exactly.
And like to add, it's like it's really an opportunity. That's how we saw it, because we reached out to lots of potential customers then, and you explain about the project. So I think it's kind of a nice like sales opportunity as well. You get, like you say, in contact, and you start talking about big numbers, and it's kind of fun. And same on the supplier side, you also need contracts, and so it's kind of a good opportunity to reach out to your network and potential customers and suppliers. But you have to definitely start early. That's it takes time.
So start early and see it as an opportunity to develop the project.
And then, sorry, one follow-up on that. I mean, in the application, you get, I think, around 8 points for quality of calculation. And one thing is always mentioned, that is consistency, but you have like 500, 600, 700 pages of documents. And I mean, what were your tips and tricks to ensure consistency and high quality across the different set of documents, across different track teams, across time? So anything particular that you want to mention as a tip here?
I can start. I think there it's a lot of, and you do have some of the same text in the same documents, because it's not necessarily the same people reading all the documents. So you do some copy pasting, and there I would say my tip is you should own the content, but the consistency can also be handled by the consultants. At least that's how we did it, because they kind of own the whole story and make sure it's. And one person should own it, right? So one person have control of it. That when you update like the night before, you make sure that it's updated all the right places, right? It's really important with the consistency, and you need some person in control.
Yeah, somebody coming down from a helicopter rather than being sort of in the engine room, because you need to read it in full A to Z. So, and I think that's a really, really good point. And also using the consultant is never a bad point.
If you tell so much this to the consultants, we're going to raise our prices.
Well, they still want customers, so I think that will work out fine.
Maybe, I think before we take some questions from the audience, I mean, you're going this for the money, for the grant, and the EU gives you the relevant cost as setting a cap on how much you can ask, but then they also ask you to negotiate a bit with yourself in terms of the cost efficiency, knowing how many points do you want to lose for the grant you want to have, depending on your greenhouse gas calculations. So could you tell us maybe about the decision process behind how do you settle on what is the grant that we need for the project? How you approach that?
Well, first of all, you need to provide your financial model and your financial information file, the two grant excels in your application. So those should sort of say the evidence on how you come up with it. But it's always a painful decision, because you're gambling against, I'm losing the grant because I'm asking too much. But then, am I asking enough that we can make a bankable project in the end? Can we actually get the rest of it from somewhere? Will it work? So I think it's a matter of, it's a decision in your organization. It's always beyond my pay grade, so I don't need to worry about it. I leave it to wiser people. But it is, you need to do some financial engineering to understand it. And then you'll just need to leap to some level that you think, and it helps to obviously have some experience either on yourself or on the consultants that have been praised a lot in this panel. But just talk to look at the other grants. It's a good advice to go because the CINEA projects are online, so you can go and look on how they are structured and see a bit advice there. So, but it's always probably less than your managers would like. So that's how you need to disappoint them a bit.
Yeah. Maybe as we are now have a chance to actually close on time, if there's any questions in the audience we could take. Yes, see a hand raised over there.
Hello, thank you very much. It is very interesting to hear what you're saying. So I have a question about contractual terms and different types of letters. So my question is, actually, you mentioned that it is favorable to have as much details as possible and to have more commitment. Could you maybe give some examples or, deepen it a little bit more?
Well,
what kind of commitment and what levels? Yeah, maybe some examples.
I think in this current round, they are already providing some templates on that, which says sort of what you should include. So I would follow that advice, not my advice. But in principle, like obviously you will most likely not have a full signed contract with, let's say like off-taker. Let's take that, someone who buys your product, whatever you are doing. But you should have a document that states that you have discussed about the price. You have agreed on some level of price. Obviously, there can be sort of some kind of flex on that. You have agreed on some kind of volumes, some kind of timeline. So have these numbers and the facts there. I think that's key. Like I have a history from research and where we applied, let's say, more lower TRL grants, and there you can just have, hey, it would be nice to play with you, signed best regards, and that's a nice LOI. But when you're talking about innovation fund or auction, you need to actually have the numbers and the details in those documents. So just simple, let's be friends is not enough.
But it's still like a letter of intent, like, so
yes.
It's not committing. So also we had the same, it should be as committing as possible, but for the potential customer, I still think it's important to say that, there's a way out here. You don't have to commit to these numbers. If not, I'm not sure ours would have signed, right? So still it should be committing, but remember that it's, at least we went through with only like letter of intents. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
One more question.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we answered it all.
Then thank you for being here, presenting on the projects and answering the questions. All the best for the implementation of the project. And thanks a lot for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Here we have a little gift for you from Enova. Thank you so much for coming. Maybe you live in Oslo, so maybe not that exciting, but it's always nice to have a book for your coffee table. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to Sarah and Christian for a really wonderful panel facilitation. Thank you. Great. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much to these Norwegian projects. I really liked hearing sort of the offhand comments about how you guys did this. This has been really interesting for me and hopefully really informative for all of you. So before we finish up the day, I actually wanted to invite Ingunn Syrstad, the national contact point person in Enova and from Norway, on the stage, because I'm very curious, Ingunn, come in the middle here. How do you think today has been? What is your take on this? And do you think that we're going to have a 31% Norwegian rate in 2026 too?
A very good question, but if this doesn't do it, then what can?
Yeah.
I'm really impressed by all the questions, your engagement, And I do expect that some of you think, are a bit taken aback. This is quite a daunting funding instrument. So please remember, Enova is here to support you on your way. And Enova, we have support programs as well. So if you think, okay, my project needs a bit more maturing, come to Enova first, and then we can take you towards the Innovation Fund in a few years.
Yeah, I was talking to one of our guests in the break about that, so definitely good to be reminded about that, about the Enova funding possibilities. Great, Ingunn. I'm guessing you're really excited for the rest of your 2026. Nice that this event was so early in January, so we're ready for the rest of the year, and we can't wait to hear from you guys. Thanks for opening and closing the event with us.
Thank you for joining us, Anna.
Yeah, and thank you to all of you guys for joining us. I think we're ready to end the day. Might take you guys a while to get home if you live in the Oslo area. It looks like it's snowing again. Not sure if my plane's gonna go, but you know, let's end 5 minutes early in case we have delays. Thanks so much for today, and we can't wait to hear from you guys the rest of the year. Thank you.